her trials, and how she went through that. We're live. Y'all just gonna press the live button.
So is this gal that's demystifying wills, is she talking yet, or no? That's just still advertising.
Yeah,
To get people started.
the one on the top is just for advertisement purposes.
Yeah.
But I need them to know that we can't hear the audio.
Yeah.
In this space either. So yeah, that's essentially where we are. So welcome everyone who's joining us. Whoever may be joining us live, share the referral link. Since we're live now. So hey.
Where is the festival going to take place?
In Brooklyn, New York. It's over at Gershwin Park in Linden Boulevard. So we have the street and then we have the park as well. So we have skating as well. We have clinics for the kids, basketball, soccer, tennis, and golf clinics that we're doing. So my biggest thing is trying to, while we have basketball, we know that's the biggest draw for a lot of people because that's what people are familiar with. But we want to also offer them other opportunities to learn about different sports that they might not get the opportunity to engage with in other spaces, which we've definitely experienced a lot of. Like everyone wants to go into basketball but it's like you can be a tennis star or a soccer star, or so just exposing them to different sports.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and then we do a virtual summit on the 19th, which is a 6-hour, 30-minute fireside chat conversations talking about different things that affect the community.
What day of the week is the 19th?
The 19th, I think, is a Thursday this year. Yep, Thursday.
So that's when your summit is, but then your festival with the march and that kind of stuff. What day of the week will that be?
That's the 14th. That's a Saturday. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Oh, I wish you well with that.
Thank you.
That's a big thing to organize. Oh my gosh.
It is. We spend the entire year organizing it, and I spend all of my time.
That does not surprise me. It really does not.
All of my time in that space, raising money, trying to figure out where we can connect to more resources for the event. So
yeah.
And just to get the exposure, just to let people know what we're doing and that we're out there, and unfortunately, hopefully, to fill a gap where things are being removed out of the schools.
Yeah. Well, I think I've been marching.
Okay.
And a lot of people have been coming out, and I have to believe that the more people that come out, the more times they come out, it's got to be making a little bit of a difference, maybe with some of our elected officials, maybe, so I want to do that.
I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
I am definitely hopeful. Okay. Trying to coordinate schedules for the weekend as well. I have 3 children. Do you have children?
No, I don't. How old are your children?
I have a 16-year-old, a 10-year-old, and an 8-year-old. So 2 boys are the oldest, and then a girl is the youngest.
Wow. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
So they keep you running as well.
Absolutely. So when they are in school, this is my peace time. And then when they come home, it's like, okay, mommy, I got to go here. I got to go there. Who's dropping me? Who's picking me up? Like, I'm hungry. I'm yelling at them, clean your room before you leave.
Yeah.
So all of it.
How do you get them around to their various things that they're doing?
Through partnerships. That's why I'm looking at my texts. We got I got one group that helps. We're taking turns dropping off and picking up other kids. Yeah, that's pretty much that. There's no being the lone star and trying to do it all yourself. It
Yeah.
doesn't work, especially when a lot of the activities happen at the same time. When two
Yeah.
children have to be, one has to be at cheerleading and one has to be at football practice, and it's the
Yeah.
same time in two
Yeah.
totally different directions.
And you're saying, dear Lord, how can I split myself in two? I mean, really, it's like,
Absolutely. I'm like, all right, my 16-year-old, I need you to get your license, sir. Then I'm scared because I'm like, then you're gonna be asking to borrow my car.
oh, yeah. Yeah, that's coming next.
That is not the part that I'm looking forward to. So
You live in Brooklyn as well?
I do not actually live in Georgia right now. I moved 3 years ago. So
Oh, okay. I was
I
wondering when you were talking, I was thinking, so I was thinking of you trying to manage like the subways and that kind of stuff with kids in different activities and
Mhm.
how the group of moms or moms and dads, whoever it is, your partnerships would get you all around. But now I can see you can
Mhm.
drive. That's
Talk,
good.
testing. Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Are we getting started? Yes. Yes, we can. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, hey.
So we're so excited. We're going to open up the virtual portion, and it's like a hybrid. So I'm Debra Dixon-Anderson, Light of Hope PR. I'm so excited to see Athenia and Lauren right here. So Athenia's in Atlanta, and Lauren, you're in New York City,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Yes, yes. So we're happy to have them as part of our virtual audience. And then we have another audience also with our YouTube community. And I'm not gonna turn around and look at myself. That's just weird. But so just excited. Oh, I hear reverb, reverb. That's gonna be weird. Yeah, I hear echo, but I'm gonna keep going. So we're going to get started because we have some wonderful vendors here in the room, and I want to make sure that they get introduced also to our virtual audience. And so we're not just streaming live to StreamYard, but we're also streaming live to YouTube and some other areas as well. So we want to make sure that everybody gets some exposure. So welcome to the Gold Women's Health and Business Conference. And so we're excited to have you here. So what we're going to do is typically this time is when we start like the speed networking round. And we're going to do something a little bit different and kind of let everybody kind of do a 1 minute pitch about what they do, what their services are, who's a good client for them, all of that good stuff. But before we go into that, I want to make sure that we introduced our wonderful partner in Juneteenth and Athenia Rodney. So I'm going to turn it over to Athenia first so she could talk about Juneteenth and all the great stuff that she's doing. And so take it away, Athenia.
Oh, thank you. Hello, everyone. So my name is Athenia Rodney, CEO and founder of Juneteenth NYC. I am extremely excited to always be partnering with Debra and team. I was just talking with Lauren as we were getting started about how we met, and we always share. You know, we met when my oldest was one, and I only had one child. Now I have three, and he is almost 16 years of age. So we have spent a good amount of time just seeing each other's business grow and pouring into each other. So I'm always appreciative to be partnering with you, and especially on such a very great topic. This morning or earlier today, I did a lunch and learn talking about mental health in the Black community and a lot of what that takes, where especially with this new administration and the challenges that is posing for a lot of us, and not just to kind of stand back and let it happen to us, but also what we can do is simple, right? A lot of things, it's simple as making a phone call sometimes to your elected official to let them know that this does not serve me. And a lot of times we talked about during the session that we have a culture of just allowing things to happen to us because we have had things happen to us in the past that we just had to accept. We had to accept being in slavery, unfortunately, and being sold from house to house. We had to accept being hung or houses being burned. Like all of those things were real things that we had to accept, and it wasn't much that we could do. But now we do have a voice, we do have rights, and it is our right to utilize those rights and to stand up. And like I said, the simple thing of just going and saying to your elected officials that this is not okay. I don't agree with this, and I need you to represent me, to be my voice in Congress and in different spaces that they're in. So I encourage you all. This is not a go out and vote kind of speech, but it is a stand up and use your voice to share, and that's using social media, Instagram, going on spaces like this, and just having a say, and protect your peace. Make time for yourself so that you can really be present for those who you love and why you're there. So thank you again, Debra and team, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. Love you.
Love you. Thank you, Athenia. Thank you so much. So we also have Lauren, who's on with us virtually as well. And we just wanted to introduce Lauren. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Lauren Logan, and I love the topic for today. It's all about perseverance. I'm a 9-time New York City marathon finisher, and a couple years ago, I had a life-changing surgery that landed me 80 days in Memorial Sloan Kettering and another 50 some days in in-house rehab. And the process of getting back and being able to walk unassisted down a street is a really long one. So I am very big on persevering and staying steady on the course. And I'm very much, I love what Athenia is talking about here as far as making our voices be heard. I happen to be an executive business coach, and I help people grow their businesses and realize their dreams. But right now, I'm out there, even with my walker. So if you have any inclination or any desire to go out and be heard, it is my belief that as many people as can go out to these marches, who can call their elected officials, who can say, no, we've had enough, and this is what we need. Gosh, we need you, and I believe it's going to make a difference.
Before we go any further, can you share with us a little bit about Juneteenth? It's going to be next month, and we're so excited about it. I'm excited that I'm on the board for Juneteenth. It's fantastic. It's been my honor to serve on the board with all of these fantastic activities coming up. So could you just share a little bit with us, Athenia, before we bring up some of our vendors?
Sure. So Juneteenth is going to be a week long. We start on the 12th. We are starting with our Black King celebration, where we're honoring 28 African American men. Uh-oh, got some reverb. I'm just gonna mute you all. But we are we start with our Black King celebration. It is a gala. It is an opportunity for you to get dressed up and to have some really great food. And it is not just an award ceremony. People, it's an experience. So there's definitely something to be a part of, to join. We create the whole opportunity of FOMO, the fear of missing out, because you are definitely missing out when you're not there. Then on Saturday, June the 14th, we have our festival. We will be starting off with a parade where we will be focusing on our First Amendment rights, the whole opportunity to be able to erect and to assemble is what we are going to be talking about, and really excited about that. And we're going to be marching from Gotham Health on Pitkin Avenue in Pennsylvania, walking down Pennsylvania Avenue to Linden Boulevard and Vermont Street. So it's only about a mile, 1.1 miles to be able to walk. And it is a great experience. We have performers, marching bands, we have floats, all of the such. So even if you're not interested in being a part of the parade, just being out there to watch us is also great. That leads into our day of events, where we will start off with our general order, where we will be letting people know the actual document that was read to those who were enslaved in Galveston, Texas. And what their rights were. They were basically told what their rights were. So we'll be starting off with that, doing our Black National Anthem, and then we will be starting our festival day activities. We have kids workshops and clinics, basketball, tennis, soccer, and football that'll be happening in there. We'll also this year have skating for the very first time. So if you are a skater and you love to just get out there and have some fun, we have a whole big, large section that'll be for skaters. And then we'll end off the day with a live concert and a fashion show. And lots of giveaways. I think I heard that we're going to be giving out some free ice cream as well. So all you have to do is show up to the event. And then if you're not here, like in New York City, like I am, I'll be in New York City. But if you are in other local areas and you want to be a part of what's going on June 19th, we'll be virtual. So we'll have a virtual fireside chat conversation. We'll be talking about different things from finances to health, wellness to mental health, just like we are talking here on today. So we encourage you to join us, and that's juneteenthny.com. Thank you. And I'll pass it back to you, Debra. Thank you. And I'll pass it back to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Athenia. Awesome. Awesome. So we are going to go in a certain order to allow our wonderful vendors to be able to come up and introduce themselves. So we're actually going to start with Carolyn and swing around. I know, Carolyn, you're awesome. So come on up. You got to come up here because that way you'll be on camera. And all you're going to do is tell us about CJ Design and Consulting and what CJ Design and Consulting does, and just maybe 10 or 20 seconds, a little bit about how important website accessibility is.
I'm from CJ Design and Consulting. We do website design and development. We do search engine optimization and accessibility. Today, my talk is going to be about accessibility because it's so important. I mean, how many businesses would benefit from 16% more visibility? Not even just business, but these days people buy things online. You don't know who you're dealing with. You don't know what disability they may have. So it's really important. Not only that, there are legal implications. Let's be real. The Americans with Disabilities Act added that all digital assets are considered storefronts. So they have to be accessible by everybody. And I'll get more into that in my presentation, but I'm very passionate about really just making sure that the leveling the playing field. A lot of larger businesses have resources, let's face it. We smaller businesses and nonprofit organizations don't have those resources. So I work with small businesses and nonprofit organizations so that you have access to the same resources within your budget. But it's really, really, it's a passion of mine. And as passionate as I am about that, I am passionate about accessibility. I believe everybody should have access to everything. And we're heading in that. It's amazing. We're heading in that direction, and I'm just so thrilled. So.
I knew it was going to be. All right. Thank you, Carolyn. Awesome, awesome sauce. So Katani Gray is coming up next. Katani has been a wonderful supporter of not just our events, but me in general, and a partner with Light of Gold PR, and also a sponsor and a speaker. And so, always love working with her. We've worked together for the past 9 years. So Katani, you're up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katani Gray. I am the founder and creative director of the K District Events Media Design and Branding. So what I do is anywhere from full service event management for large scale conferences and trade shows, all the way down to small business meetings for small to mid-sized businesses. So we cover for event branding, that's everything from your marketing materials, your signage, your trade show booth, I designed a couple of tablecloths and banners in this room specifically for Light of Gold PR, and my own, of course. And from that scale up to large scale signage that you'll see on the side of the Javits Center or any other large conference center, I could design those. My team and I are responsible for designing those as well. What I also do is event consulting. So usually for smaller to mid-sized businesses, event consulting is just keeping you on task and letting you know the things that we need to do for to get your event up and running and successful. And then I also do full service event management. So that's everything from all the logistics to put on a large conference. Most of the largest conference that I've done is the NAB show and post-production world, which sees over 1,000 attendees, you have 5-6 different tracks going on at the same time. So basically take this room and multiply it by 10. That's I've done those types of conferences as well. And I do those nationwide. Actually, a couple of people in this room with me have done the conference with me. So from that, I also do speaker management, sponsor management, vendor management. Basically, if you just want to be a guest at your own event, that's what you will call my team in for, to handle everything else for you. So that is me in a nutshell. And you'll hear more about what I do during my presentation. Thank you.
Awesome. Yep. All right. So Fabiana is next. Come on up, Fabiana. I'm so excited to have you here. So here we go. Woo.
Hi, everyone. I am Fabiana. I am the founder and the owner of Puritom. So Puritom, we are focused on bringing together mental, spiritual, financial wellness together, because when all these things work in harmony, that's when true wellness emerges. We have a meditation course. This meditation course is unlike anything you've ever done. It's not an app. It's not a drop-in studio. What we do is that we teach you how to de-excite the mind. And when the mind de-excites, the body de-excites, and the body throws off the stresses. Stress is held in the body. Stress is not held in the mind. So it's really important that we move these energies that are trapped within us out of our body, so we can have more clarity in our everyday state, more productivity, better relationships, more harmony, and just be better at life. We meditate to get better at life, not to get good at meditation. We also offer financial wellness as well. So everything from savings to legacy building. It's never too late to start, and it's never too early to begin. Don't wait for some crazy financial goal to start doing your financial planning. Start doing it now. So as you make more money and as things move around, you know exactly what buckets to put stuff in. So we're Puritom, come to visit our booth and we'll talk more about it. Thank you so very much.
All right, so Payosha and tax remedy is up. So, ooh, what a time of year. Taxes, right? Just got through that. We always need help with that. Yay! Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Payosh. I'm the founder of Tax Remedy Hub. It's a tax resolution company. I'm an enrolled agent. We're federally licensed to represent taxpayers before the IRS. And so if you have, or know, if you have, or if you know anyone that has problems with tax debt, whether it's state taxes, IRS taxes, then I'm the go-to person for that. I'm also a certified real estate tax strategist. So I work with real estate investors and I help them strategize and plan throughout the year so that they can have the lowest tax liability possible. I'm also a financial advisor. I work for a firm based out of New Jersey. So I help with wealth management. I help women with investing, retirement plans. If anyone has a small business and they have employees, I help set up retirement plans for them as well. So all things finance is basically what I cover. We all know someone that has tax debt. They might keep it a secret. We don't know, but keeping your mouth shut is not going to fix the problem. So the key is to find help, and I'm that help. I'm very passionate about tax representation. I represent taxpayers so that they don't have to do it on their own. And I just use the IRS tax code and tax law to get my point across and help everyone out. So you can reach me at www.taxremedyhub.com and we can have a chat. Thank you.
All right, good job. All right, next up. So we got Styles by Shanti. Yes, come on up, Shanique. You're next. Tell us what Styles by Shanti is about.
Hi everybody, my name is Shanique. I am the CEO of Styles by Shanzi. I sell waist beads and anklets and bracelets. I get my beads from Ghana, Africa itself, and I make some of the beads itself. So I'm sorry, y'all, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. So with my waist beads now, they go around your waist and everything. So if you want to do like fashion or anything, it's perfect for that. If you want to do like weight loss or anything, perfect for that too. Or you just want to wear it just because you feel comfortable in your skin for it to be popping itself. And whatever is like left back, you can make it like an anklet or a bracelet. Sometimes either like a choker or a necklace. Um, you can reach me on Instagram and Facebook at Styles by Shanzi. So that's SHANZBYSHANZII. Yeah.
Introduced our wonderful vendors. This is it's always just so good. We thank you for you just being here and participating and being part of this. And so we want to make sure that we gave you more than just a physical audience, but a virtual audience as well. And then the good thing is when you create something that goes on live stream and can be spliced together as video and that's here. So now that we've gone through the vendors, next up that we're going to do, let me get a time check real quick. 2:43. Okay, thank you. Of course, I don't have the run of show in front of me, so you can tell me. We'll bring up the wonderful Taisha. Thank you. So we'll bring up the proud of that. She has also been a speaker for our Alzheimer's event, which has been really just wonderful. And so I know that you'll be inspired just by, her and what she has to say. So thank you so much, Taisha. We're going to bring you up. It's going to be awesome.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Thank you so much for that introduction, Debra. It is an absolute honor. Sure. It is an honor and a privilege to be here before you this afternoon. It's always an honor to be able to serve alongside and in partnership with Light of Gold PR, Debra, as well as Juneteenth NY. So thank you so much for just thinking it not robbery to invite me to be a part of all of your wonderful events, Debra. How apropos is it that we are having this event in the beginning of Mental Health Awareness Month? It is divine that we are all here together to discuss mental health, because I truly believe that mental health is our wealth. As Debra said earlier, my name is Taisha Eason. I am a leadership developer, wellness advocate, speaker, workshop facilitator, and a new author. Hand clap for me. I'm really excited about all of those endeavors, because it wasn't so long ago that I could never imagine, well, let me take that back. I could only imagine having the wherewithal to do any of those things. Quite often, how we live is an oxymoron, meaning, how many of you remember, and I'm going to date myself a little bit here, how many of us remember, I can bring home the bacon, fry it up in a pan, yada, 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 right? And thinking back on that, if we think back on that commercial that truly became a mantra of boss women, there was never anything in that song or in that mantra that mentioned us, that truly mentioned us taking care of ourselves, right? And we missed the mark on that. And in my saying we missed the mark on that, I dare say that we've created generations of missing that exact mark, where it's called grind culture. And in grind culture, what do we see mostly? Breakdown and burnout. And I'm here to talk to you all today about tapping into tangible tools to make sure that when we, or if we find ourselves getting to those points, that we're able to identify it and pivot it by using these tools. I believe it was Audre Lorde, that said, and I'll paraphrase, self-care is not self-indulgence. Self-care is actually self-preservation. And self-preservation is an act of political warfare. This is what keeps us alive. This is what keeps us thriving. This is what keeps us growing into the boss women that we aspire to be day in and day out. And I don't just mean boss women in the boardroom. You don't have to be a leader. You don't have to be a CEO. You don't have to have those labels stamped on your door in order to be that. People ask me why leadership and wellness combine. And for me, it's because I truly believe that they walk hand in hand with one another. How are you going to be an effective and positive leader that yields successful results if your wellness is out of order? And if your wellness is out of order, how then will you be an effective leader, a successful leader? Make sense? Right? So I truly believe that we all have the distinct natural ability in our DNA to be leaders. Some of us choose to hold back on it, while others of us choose to shine bright like the diamonds we are. And in saying that, I remember not too long ago where I found myself feeling as though I was being pulled from limb to limb. I don't know if anyone else in this room has ever felt where you were anxious, you were feeling anxiety about your business, you were depressed about what was happening in your life or in the world, you didn't know what was going on, you felt totally out of control, like it was just a whirlwind happening around you and you couldn't even catch your breath. And for me, I felt that, but I also felt that my limbs were being pulled apart from limb to limb. And it wasn't until I made it through that time and on the other side that I realized that it was almost like a pruning process. You know, we tend to talk about pruning when it comes to trees, and the act of pruning is for the preservation of the tree. It's for the preservation of the tree and to make sure that the tree is being preserved, that the soil, that the foundation of the tree is made ripe and made whole again. And they cut off the branches of the trees so that what is decaying, what is causing disease in those trees, what is causing the rot in those trees can come off so that it can become fertile again and grow to bring us the air and the oxygen and all those nutrients that we need naturally. That was my pruning season. I needed things that were decaying, causing dis-ease in me and physically making me sick to come off of me so that I may be able to move forward in my next ventures and grow. And in that, I realized in order for me to grow, I tapped into some things that I knew of. One of those things was therapy. Therapy is the truth. And for a lot of us in certain cultures, and I can talk about the African American culture and experience because I am of that. I won't speak as a whole, but so many of us have been taught that therapy is not for us. That is not something that we do. We just go along with the program. You know, and that simply isn't true. Therapy is so vital to the growth of not only the individual, but the community. It allows us the opportunity to get out the words and the feelings and to tap into those things that we normally wouldn't feel safe or vulnerable in our surroundings doing, so that we can be the healthiest version of ourselves. But it wasn't only therapy that helped me, because how many of us know faith without works is dead, right? So what I was learning in therapy, I needed to find a way to put it into action. And something I stumbled upon was a methodology called the 8 Dimensions of Wellness. And the 8 Dimensions of Wellness is simply a holistic methodology that speaks to our overall well-being. What are those? One is our emotional well-being, our emotional wellness. What that means is, how do we tap in to our emotional wellness? How are we coping with our stress levels? How are we coping with our responses to our stress levels? The only thing that we can control on this earth is ourselves. So how are we navigating our responses to those things that bring us stress and those things that bring us joy? So often we feel selfish, or we feel reticent in us celebrating ourselves. As women, we deserve celebration. We deserve to celebrate ourselves. So tapping into your emotional wellness is one tool that you can use. The next one would be your physical wellness. Now, most people think about physics, well, hear the word physical and think physical just means exercise. Physical comes in many forms. It isn't just exercise and movement. Physical means dancing. Do you love to dance? When you're in, even if you're standing online in the supermarket and a good song comes on, I feel myself tapping my foot, and I may start to snap my fingers, and it makes standing online, you know, those long lines, more enjoyable for me. It also means getting up and doing what makes you happy, what brings a smile on your face. Next up, we have social wellness. Oh boy. Oh boy. Since 2020 and that dreaded visitor we have called COVID that does not seem to want to leave, there's been a disconnect in our social abilities. And we need to get back to being intentional about being social. That means getting up and getting out and networking. What does networking mean? Networking sometimes makes people cringe because it's like, do I have to go into a room full of people and start up conversations? Absolutely not. You can go to your local park and sit on the bench and see somebody right next to you and strike up a conversation. What are your social networks outside of social media? We need to get back into that sense of belonging and interconnectedness with the human beings in our lives, right? And then next up, we have spiritual. And spiritual does not mean religious deities. It's mean, what do you believe in? Who do you believe in? What is it that you do to tap into your spirituality? We heard earlier about meditation. Meditation is a form of spirituality. It's a form of centering yourself and allowing yourself to bring clarity to yourself. And when you have that clarity, then your decision-making processes are a lot easier and a lot wiser, right? And then we go into something else we spoke about, financial wellness. So I'm thinking, if I am emotionally well and physically well and socially well and spiritually well, then I can be a better steward at my financial wellness because my mind is clear, my heart is clear, my soul is clear to be able to focus on my goals ahead. So financial wellness is all interconnected to our mind, our body, and our spirit. Next up, we have occupational wellness. How are you feeling when you're going to work? How are you feeling when you're going to your businesses? And I dare say we get the opportunity to go. So all of this that I'm talking about actually has a lot to do with our perspective, our mind setting. Most of us, I'm guilty, says, I have to go to work tomorrow. I have to go to work on Monday. What if we shifted that perspective and said, we get to go? And not only do we get to go to work, we get to decide on how our day will pan out. And we will not give control to anyone else on how our day will pan out. Next, you have intellectual wellness. What does that look like? What are you letting into your senses? What are you listening to? What podcasts are you listening to? What TV shows are you listening to? What news channels are you listening to? What are we watching? What are we watching before we go to bed? What are we allowing to simmer and fester in our minds as our eyes go to rest? Those things, the last things that we allow entry into our mind, I guarantee you are the things that stay on our minds throughout the evening. So if we're thinking and if we're intaking a lot of junk, and I won't name specific junk, but if we have guilty pleasures and we allow those guilty pleasures to be those things that put us to sleep, then we're also allowing those guilty pleasures that don't truly edify us and uplift us to permeate our bodies, and before we know it, we start to live out those realities in real life. Does that make sense? And then environmentally, let's talk about environmentally. I don't just mean what's happening outside of the world, but what are we bringing inside our own world? What are we bringing into our homes? Most often, whatever's going on in our minds, if we feel chaos, if we feel clutter in our minds, most assuredly, it'll show up somewhere in our home. So if we want clarity, if we want freedom, if we want peace, I am a proponent of it all starts at home. Our first ministry is always at home. How are you ministering to your own home? What does your space look like in your own home? We have to be intentional about pouring in to ourselves. These 8 dimensions of wellness are all a part of the strategy of self-care. We don't have to spend a lot of money on ourselves, but if you want, guess what? That's okay. It's okay to spend money. It's okay to spend time on yourselves. These are things that we do and give so freely to the rest of the world and to, I would dare say, the entire earth. Why do we think that we're being selfish when we turn it back on ourselves? It's vitally important for us to remember that our health is our wealth. And I will leave you with this one thing before I go. Self-care is your protest. Self-care is your protection. It's your permission to keep rising. You don't need to earn rest. I'm going to say that again. For those of us in the office space, you don't need to earn your rest. The minute you walk into someone's establishment, the minute you start to move, that is your earning your rest unapologetically. You don't need to prove your worth. As soon as you open your eyes, you are worthy. And you sure don't need to wait until you are in breakdown, burnout mode to rest. You are the asset. You are sustainable, and your self-care is sustainable. And that's how we preserve our power unapologetically. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for your time. I will hand it back over to our CEO, Ms. Light of Gold herself, and the reason why we're all here today, Ms. Debra Dixon-Anderson.
All right. So next up, well, you already got a chance to meet her, this beautiful Carolyn Joseph. And CJ Design and Consulting is how important is website accessibility? We forget about people with disabilities sometimes. We also forget that when our website is more accessible, it gives us more exposure to a bigger audience. And sometimes your website does not have everything set up properly so that your biggest audience has access to it. So it's really important to make sure that you have that in place. And Carolyn does so many great things. It's not even just the website accessibility. She does some tech and stuff. And we kind of cross each other with some of the skill sets that we have, but that's the beauty of it. We don't look at each other as competition or anything like that, but really that we can complement each other. And so I'm going to bring Carolyn up here. You already got a chance to meet her. She also does some graphic design as well, and just does a lot of really good things. So I'm going to bring her back up again, and she is going to share about website accessibility and how it can improve your bottom line. Hey, Carolyn. Uh-oh. It's okay. Yeah, it's all right. Yes, bring me back up here. Give me your presentation.
Let's see. Oh, goody. A remote. Exciting. I love toys. Except as I get older, my toys get more expensive. I don't know. I don't know how that happens. But anyway, hi. I'm Carolyn Josephs. CJ Design and Consulting. I talked about it before. What I really want to talk about is website accessibility and how it can improve your bottom line. We constantly hear, I've gotten a letter from a lawyer saying that I have to update my website's not accessible. And how many people here panic when you get a letter from a law firm, don't you, do you like what did I do? I swear I didn't do anything. So let's see how this works. Go the right way? Go the right way? Oh, there we go. Oh, goody. Just a little bit about me. I am a certified constant contacts email marketing solutions provider, certified SEO copywriter, keyword research, content marketer. I mentioned before, I'm passionate about helping small businesses and nonprofit organizations because, again, it's about leveling the playing field. Everybody should have access to everything. And I am committed to ensuring easy access to digital assets for everyone. It's not just websites, it's PDFs, it's any digital assets that you have. And then 5% of our profits are donated to nonprofit organizations, Paws of War and Putnam SPCA. I live in Putnam County, so that's why it's Putnam SPCA. Paws of War, just briefly, they take shelter dogs and they train them to help people, soldiers who come back who have PTSD. And it is the most amazing thing to witness. They save lives on both ends of the leash. And I love it. Well, anyway, that's not about this. Okay, so currently, surprisingly, there's a rise in accessibility lawsuits. As technology advances, the need for digital accessibility becomes really, really critical. More than 1,400 web accessibility lawsuits were filed against small businesses in the first half of 2024. And the reason I put that up there is because a lot of small businesses say, I'm too small. They're not going to know me. They're not going to bother me. There are people actually trolling the internet looking for websites that are not accessible. And they will find us. Okay? So from January to June of 2024, research found that 23 plaintiffs were responsible for filing more than 50% of all the ADA websites. That's only half of 2024. Okay? So this is a really big issue that we're at risk. With small businesses and nonprofit organizations, we're at risk of costly, very costly lawsuits due to inaccessible websites. Why is it important? All right, enough with the legal stuff. Yes, it's illegal. It's part of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Okay, but you know what? Look at this: enhance reputation and build customer trust. How many of us want to do more of that? And social media, everybody's on social media. So even if they don't need what you're selling, your products or services, they're going to be advocates for you. It's more something that you don't have to do. You have people who are going to be ambassadors for your business and say, listen, you have to go to this website because you know what? They're accessible. And it improves user experience for everybody. Really important is the user experience because that's where search engine optimization comes into play. The better user experience somebody has when they go to your website, the higher you're going to rank. Right? It's not. You don't have to. It's not it's not that you have to have an accessible website, but Google and other search engines are just looking, and they're looking at the best user experience for what you have to offer. And if a website accessibility is something else that helps my user experience, I'm all for it. Now, you don't want to be like this guy, do you? Oh, no, I don't see it. I don't know. I don't hear anything. Hear no evil, see no evil, right? Speak no evil. Okay. Accessibility is only a legal concern. I just went through that. You know, it's important for everybody. Okay. It costs too much. Okay. I'm going to ask you. Accessibility, investing in accessibility, hiring a lawyer, go to court. Which is more costly? We're too small to worry about accessibility standards. Oh no. No one's complained about a website. I love that one. Okay, how many of us have gone to websites and you click a button and it doesn't work or it doesn't load fast enough, right? Do you complain about it or do you go somewhere else? I go to another website. Well, actually, no, I complain about it, but that's me. We don't serve anyone with a disability. How do you know? Can you look at each other and say, that person has a disability or that person has a disability? We don't know. And everybody's doing things online now, so you really don't know. Accessibility is for blind or older people with disabilities, and we don't sell anything that a blind person uses. You know, first of all, that's, you don't know. And secondly, they might be buying your service or product for somebody else. It's just, okay. These are the accessibility trends for 2025. It's getting really tough. I mean, the government is really cracking down on accessibility. The European Accessibility Act is pushing beyond one-time WCAG compliance. That's Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which means that I've had people say to me, oh, you know what? I ran an accessibility audit. I'm good. Do you know that every time you make a change to your website, you're not accessible anymore? Every time you make a change, image, any content, anything, add a page, delete a page, you have to make sure that you're accessible. It's also pushing, the EAA is also pushing to provide better documentation of services accessibility in contact centers. And we're pushing organizations beyond making just software accessible. It's kiosks, ticket machines, and payment terminals. I've got a really nice image on the next page. I just love this. I saw this on the news, and I'm telling you, I can see. I wear contact lenses, but I can see. But I'm telling you, even I want to try this. I saw this on the news. It's powered by Ticketmaster. It's a little box, and this visually impaired child was at a basketball game, and he actually could experience the game the way you and I can. How amazing is that? I'll close my eyes. I want to try it. When you the basketball goes in the hoop, right? I'm not big on sports, but when it goes in the hoop, it like bells and whistles go off, and it vibrates. Can you imagine what that does to someone? Wow. So anyway, I digress. I apologize, but I love this. I want to try it. Vulnerability regulations are pushing us beyond ensuring websites and apps are accessible. We want to ensure all of our communications are accessible. We want to partner with AI, but that only gets us 90% of the way. And it's being sold as assistive technology, and technology is taking us to a future of personalized interfaces all in 2025. Can you imagine? An interface that's personalized for you, for your interests, for your business interests, for your audience. Isn't that amazing? I'm excited. I guess you can tell I'm excited. Okay, so really, it's now's the time we need to prioritize accessibility. It's not, again, just to mitigate legal risks, but also to create a more equitable online presence. I said before that I'm all about, the reason I got into my business, I'm all about a level playing field for everybody. But that includes everybody with disabilities. I don't care what the disability is. There's a technology out there that will help you. Okay? As search engine optimization evolves, so do regulations around digital accessibility. And the bottom line is it's ethical and good for business. And we need to prioritize it in our digital design and development. Ideally, you do it when you're designing your website, but it can be done at any time, and it should be done on a regular basis. I did want to mention, actually, Stephanie Larkin is here with me from Red Penguin Books. She helped me publish my book, 36 Ways to Improve Your Search Engine Optimization. And the reason I wanted to bring that up is because there are a couple of chapters here where I talk about title tags and meta descriptions. It's a workbook, right? It's your workbook. It helps you to understand more about it, because when we're talking about search engine optimization and accessibility, I want you to understand it. I don't want you to be sold a bill of goods. There are a lot of companies out there selling SEO or search engine optimization services and accessibility services, and you know what? They'll sell you with all the bells and whistles. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to prioritize your business goals. and make sure that, you know, it needs, they merge, right? I am offering, oh, yeah, okay. This is how you can reach me. I'm offering a complimentary search engine optimization and accessibility audit of your site to see how accessible it is. And then we can, when we identify any issues, we can talk about it. We can do this in person. I can do it virtually. For those of you here, you probably received this card that gives you a QR code. Thanks again, Stephanie. That gives you sample chapters to this book. If you didn't get one, please stop by. And if you're joining us virtually, I'll hook you up. I got you covered. Okay, and that is it. Thank you very much. Back to Debra. Actually, can you put my website up? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to show you one more thing. Yeah, I asked you and then I forgot. Oh, can we over where? Yeah? Oh, yeah, okay. Right there, okay. No, CJ Design and Consulting. Put a CJ Design and. Here, and A&D Consult. There you go. Okay. This is really important. This is what I wanted to show you. This is worth 1,000 words. You see this little icon here? That shows that that identifies your website as accessible. Can you click on that? Can you click on that? Oh, me. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. So I did a lot of research before I decided to partner with Accessity for accessibility. And look at this. Seizure safe profile, vision impaired profile, ADHD, all these disabilities, right? The only one that goes on automatically is the screen reader. If somebody attaches a screen reader. But this is all that they can do this all themselves. They can adjust the content, scaling, highlight the titles, and it's amazing. Adjust the color for themselves. It's really, mute sound to hide images, in read mode. It really is a reading guide. It really, I just wanted to show you that because it really drives home all the different disabilities that there are. And I don't even think this includes all of them, but they're constantly updating it. But can you imagine if you have ADHD and you're on a website, to have something that interfaces with you, with your needs? How amazing is that? So now I'm done. I'm sorry. Thank you. And thank you.
That was absolutely wonderful. Let's give Carolyn another round of applause. That was so informative. Carolyn, you did an amazing job on explaining website optimization and the importance of it, right? Especially where we're talking about accessibility concerns. And Carolyn, I wanted to thank you also because at the end you brought up, even if you have ADHD, so often, you know, we associate disabilities to those things that we can actually see. You know, if someone is not able to see or to hear or to even walk. However, issues like having ADHD is also a disability that needs to be addressed and taken more seriously. So thank you for bringing light to that as well. Now, I would probably myself need my own separate tutorial on website optimization as a whole, but I appreciate your passion for everything that you do. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next speaker for the afternoon. This speaker is founder and CEO of Light of Gold PR Marketing and Consulting, LLC. She's 25 years in the business of public relations, marketing, consulting, and tech. Her business highlights PR promotions, marketing technology, social media, branding, marketing, and digital strategist. She's also a website developer and consultant, educator, entrepreneur, and public speaker and writer. The person we are speaking of is Debra Dixon-Anderson. I'll continue on with her bio. That's okay. I get to, right? Remember earlier, I get the opportunity to read your bio. Debra Dixon-Anderson is the dynamic founder and CEO of Light of Gold PR Marketing and Consulting LLC, and MWBE. For those of you that are not familiar with that, it is a minority woman business enterprise headquartered in New York City. With over 18 years of specialized experience in technology and PR, Debra leads a talented team of 6 in New York City, delivering comprehensive services in PR, marketing, web development, digital and social media, events, and branding. Her firm has a commendable track record of assisting small to medium-sized businesses, professionals, and nonprofits, and has serviced many clients and companies. Debra has been instrumental in creating impactful programs such as Staying True to Brand Your Program, marketing messages that speak to your target market, and organizing signature events like the Gold Business Connecting Network event. She is a recognized speaker and has been featured in various media outlets, including Fox 5 News, CBS News. You are a celebrity, Debra. Channel 11 and ABC. Debra's expertise and commitment have been acknowledged through multiple accolades, including being named the 2019 Brooklyn Chamber Entrepreneur of the Year and receiving the 2023 Bloomfield, New Jersey Woman to Watch Award. In recent times, Debra has championed significant cultural, women, and wellness causes at professional gatherings, prominently organizing things like the Kwanzaa celebration, the Black History Month event, and the Gold Women's Biz Connect Conference, each designed to empower and inspire community engagement and professional growth. Her latest projects focus on digital innovation and brand enhancement, including updating websites, creating logos, and boosting clients' presence through strategic social media branding. Debra continues to be a beacon for small business advocacy, both local and internationally, with her work extending to global conferences and publications. With all of that being said, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our host for today's Gold Women's Health and Business Conference, none other than Miss Debra Dixon-Anderson.
Thank you, Taisha. Let's give it up for Taisha. She is a fantastic co-host. Fantastic co-host. And so I'm just so honored to have her and a piece of Juneteenth NY with me. So I'm so happy to have her here. She's doing such a fabulous job. So let's get into it. Let's talk about marketing, AI, and wellness. So because I am a breast cancer survivor of 7 years now, 7 years. So because of that, every time I give a presentation, I always talk about wellness because for women, it's like a muscle. And it's a muscle that gets weak every time your son needs something, your daughter needs something, your brother, your mama, everybody. It's a muscle that you have to learn how to say no. Because when you say no, you say yes to yourself, right? So it is a muscle that has to be strengthened. So pre-breast cancer Debra and post-breast cancer Debra are 2 different people. So I learned these lessons myself. So I take it very seriously. I feel like this is a cause that I need to champion, because until you walk through that journey and you still have to continue with life, you don't know what it's like. So I'm going to quickly go through some of my slides, and then what I usually like to do is kind of talk a little bit to everybody. So we'll talk about, I'm going to skip through a little bit so that we could get to the meat of my presentation. So Taisha already gave my bio. She did such a wonderful, glowing job. So that's pretty much repeating everything that's already in the bio. And then I'm a big community person. So for me, networking, meeting other people, and I got to tell you, 2025, learning how to partner is critical. Learn how to partner with other people. Get a contract and an agreement. I'm not saying that you can partner with everybody, but when you learn how to partner with other people, it basically builds a team for you. And a lot of times, sometimes I meet small businesses and they'll say, well, I don't know, I don't really work well with other people. I'm like, okay, why are you in business? I don't know what to tell you, but you do have to learn how to work with people and find out where there's some synergy. Everybody that's in your space is not necessarily your competition. So that's a lesson that I've learned throughout the years. A lot of times, the first thing that we say when we're in the same space with someone, well, I can't work with you. Can't work with you because you do the same thing that I do. That is not necessarily true, because what happens when that person gets really busy, that company gets really busy, and then they need some help. Guess what they're going to do? They're going to go ahead and offset some of their work to you, but you got to be in place. And that's a mindset shift that we all have to have. So networking is a big part of what I love to do. Connecting people is really important, and staying connected. My passion is also Go Wellness Circle, which is a nonprofit, a 501c3 that I actually created in response to COVID. All of us were at home. We were struggling. We couldn't get out. We couldn't talk to each other. So I started doing Zumba via Zoom, So I said, okay, let's do this, and it was fun. Then we started doing meditation. Then we started doing other types of exercise. We started doing all these things on Zoom. And then, of course, things shifted over to in person. So then we were doing things outside. So think about the progression, right? We went from being on screens, and then we couldn't be inside as much. So you could kind of see, then we were outside. We were exercising outside. That was like 2021, 2022. Then we started going inside. And so that's when, how things change. So a lot of times I do fundraisers for breast cancer awareness, other breast cancer survivors, women and some men who are in the throes of that journey, making sure they get the support that they need from the American Cancer Society. We partner with them. And then Alzheimer's caregivers is very near and dear to my heart, because when I was diagnosed with breast cancer, my mother was going through Alzheimer's. So it was like kind of a double whammy. So making sure that mental health is just so important. And I'm so excited to be hosting this event, which is typically a traditional Women's History Month event in March. We kind of got pushed over to May. I did not realize when we had to reschedule that May was Women's Health Month, but it is. So women's health is really important. So our third pillar is food insecurity. I don't know how many of you know, but our teachers are amazing. But in our urban areas, a lot of our teachers are going into their pockets, and they are taking care of the kids in their schools. Some of these kids come from homeless circumstances, and it's scary. So the teachers are sometimes on the front lines, making sure their kids have what they need to have. And we like to donate to those types of causes. Through Juneteenth's Black History Month event, we did a partnership with the school where sometimes they need flat screens. We donated that. Sometimes they need other tools they can't afford. So that's the third pillar of what we do. We also do gold lifestyle investment. Do you notice the theme? Everything has gold in it. Gold, gold, gold. I like gold. And I have a gold jacket on. So it's all about branding, light of gold PR. So it's a tiny itty bitty niche. So how many of you have more than one business or more than one service that you're navigating at the same time? And how many of you know that doing that, you're trying to create multiple income streams, right? That's what we're all doing. And I think that point was pressed home for us. a couple of years ago, even pre-COVID, we realized, wow, I can't put all my eggs in one basket, right? And so I was not even looking to do anything with property management or real estate at all, but took some workshops, took some classes, and there's an itty bitty tiny niche that I found to work in. How many of us know that in New York City, there's a bunch of office spaces just sitting there? We know that, right? Not everybody's working in offices anymore because we're working on Zoom, we're working from home. And so I worked with a good friend of mine who had an office on Madison Avenue, 33rd Street. He had gotten a job, but he was stuck in his 3-year lease. And he said, gosh, what am I going to do with this office? I said, do you want me to help you rent it? And he said, yeah, that would be great. And so that's kind of what happened. I started renting it for pop-up shops, for workshops, for classes and all that. And so it's a little tiny niche that's there, but we do help some spaces that for short-term rentals, it doesn't have internet. Maybe they shut everything down, and we help with that as well. So that's Gold Lifestyle. That's our other brand. So I'm going to kind of go through this because I have the tendency, I like to be interactive with all of our services, with the websites, the PR marketing, the social media marketing. What kinds of things do you feel that maybe you might be a little weaker in? Is it content creation by show of hands? Content creation, making sure you're okay. How about events, sponsorship? How you with that? Any weaknesses in that area? Okay. How about your PR marketing? Do you get your press releases out? Do you guys have news that you're not sending out and letting other people know about? It should be news. You should have a news link on your website. How are you doing with that? How are we doing? Do you need a little? Okay, it's good. The social media marketing. Are you building loyal online communities? And Katani's going to speak a little bit to that also. But how are you doing with your social media? Are you like pushing out content all the time? So we have some little weak areas. Your website, how good is your website? Are you keeping it updated? You good with your website? You're putting new services up there. You're taking out old services and not having it up there. Because people call you about those old services. Oh, I need you to do this. Oh, I don't do that anymore. I stopped doing that a year ago. It's like, why is it on your site? What are you doing? So it's like taking down and making sure you don't have like old services up there. So this is what I try to help clients with is these different areas. And I work with the team to do that. Forgot to mention, we're doing a little bit of travel with our Gold Women's Wellness. We usually do a breast cancer awareness event every October in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. This year, we are going to Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, from October 22nd to the 26th. And it's going to be lit. So it's like, first of all, Serena is a good friend of mine. She's also a travel agent, but she's a Zumba teacher. Every time we put something together, there's always going to be some dance. It's going to be some dance, some fun, and everything. So Zumba classes, meditation. We have a semi-private dinner, breathtaking views. The accommodations. The price point is really, really good. It's like $6 something. I don't have the prices up there. I'm sorry. It's like $679, I think, for one of the rooms. That's like the lowest price point, and that's like for the whole 5 days and 4 nights. So it's a really good price. And so we're still taking some ladies who might want to come with us. It is a women's wellness, and we kind of kick the guys out. I mean, some women are coming with their significant other, but they're not allowed to come to our stuff. So this is for us, so group discussion. So if anybody's interested, let me know, but it's going to be really fun. We have about 10 ladies already signed up. We're probably going to get to about 15 to 20, and then we're going to probably try to keep it intimate. So we're super excited about that. So that's coming up in October. We do Wellness Wednesday and Marketing Monday. Always need guests. So if anybody wants to be a guest on any of our live podcasts, please let me know. We're always looking for guests. We'd love to have you on there. And so one of the things I want to stop and talk about a little bit from a marketing perspective is the importance of partnerships. So partnerships are very important. As you can see, Athenia Rodney actually spoke earlier. She was on live stream for some of you who came later, and she shared a little bit about Juneteenth and our partnership. And we've known each other for about 15 to 16 years, and we just tried to look at what our synergies were and how we can work together. And we started working together about 2 years ago. We curated some really great events together, and we try to leverage our individual strengths and weaknesses. Like wherever, I can help her, I help her. Wherever she can help me, she helps me. And then the board is fabulous. So both wonderful Roger over there, our live stream technician, he's always like looking around. He's on the board, as well as Taisha. And so I get a chance to work with them pretty consistently, which is nice. So that partnership has been wonderful. The Juneteenth Festival is coming up June 12th to the 19th. It is one of the biggest Juneteenth events in New York City. And so that partnership has been a great partnership for me. So partnership is important. And so I want all of you to think about how you can partner as a strategy. Okay, as a strategy. So let me tell you what you have to look at. You have to look at, if you have a deal, like my company is a minority women business enterprise certified with the city of New York. And so we have wonderful LaShawn here. She's going to be one of our speakers. She's coming up later. And so LaShawn and I talk, and sometimes some of our services cross, but it's like, but if there's a really big deal, how can we work together? Because wouldn't you want to have 50% of something than 100% of nothing? Wouldn't you rather have something? And so we just look at where the synergies are. Yes, you do need to be smart about partnering. You do need to have an agreement. You do need an open line of discussion with each other, but it is possible, and it gives you additional areas to look at how you can make money, how you can grow your business. And so that's really, really important. So those are some of the things that I've looked at with Athenia. I don't see my slide up here unless it's later for Katani, and Katani's going to be coming up, but she's also been another wonderful partner. We just leverage our individual strengths. Wherever I can help her, I try to help her wherever she can help me. And then we look at, okay, the bigger landscape is, okay, how much can this bring in? How much of it makes sense for you to get based on the amount of time and energy you're putting in, and how much makes sense for me to get, but based on time and energy. And you just look at that and figure out how that can work, and it can be done. So we're going to move on, and we're going to talk about women in business. So women are leading in entrepreneurship, but the pressure to grow, market, and manage everything is real. How many of you know it's real, right? It's real. Burnout is on the rise, especially among women founders. Burnout is on the rise. So other services like hair and nail salons, pet care, laundries, dry cleaners, we look at different areas to work in: professional, scientific, and technical services. Sometimes it's administrative, waste management, remediation services, healthcare and social assistance, child daycare, home care providers, mental health practitioners. So we kind of work in different areas. And so these are like the percentages. So 39% women-owned businesses in the US. The growth of women-owned businesses from 2019 to 2023 is 94%. That's a lot. That's a lot. Women-owned businesses focus on 4 industries. These are the 4 industries down here. Now we get our information. So a lot of times in my presentation, you will always see statistics. And statistics are important because my team researched all these surveys, because I have my degrees in journalism and English. So this kind of old school, just looking at talk to me about the stats. What are the statistics? So you will almost always see statistics in a lot of my presentations, because I don't want you to just think that I'm telling you this. I want you to see where we get this information. So advocacysba.gov is where we got this from. And so you could always check there. 50% of women-owned businesses they focus on these 4 industries. So it's interesting that that's where they are. Now, of course, they're in other industries, and we all know that, but it's just very interesting that those 4 are where a lot of us have been looking at working. So marketing has changed. How many of you know that? Marketing has changed, right? It used to be then print ads, TV commercials, cold calls, word of mouth. Now, I still like to get on the phone with people, but it's harder to do, right? It's harder to do today. Texting has replaced that, right? We text each other a lot, right? Nikki and I were just texting yesterday. We text each other. So that's something, all of this has changed. Now is social media marketing, online presence, having an SEO strategy, influencer promotion. Next, AI-powered marketing. How many of you using AI now? Okay. Personalization, social commerce, ethical and sustainable. Sustainability is a big thing. So things are shifting now, and we have to learn how to leverage. A lot of people I talk to are really afraid of AI and everything that it brings. There are tools that think, learn, and assist. You don't always have to be a highly technical person. The benefits of AI really include efficiency, data-driven decision. Katani will talk a little tiny bit about some AI as well, cost reduction, personalized customer experience, and scalability. And so what is happening with AI, and when I first started hearing about AI, the first thing that I started thinking, I've been around for a little while, so I've seen all these industries and trends come. And I still remember in the 90s when I first started working with the internet, everybody said it was a fad that was going to go away. It doesn't mean anything. Isn't that what we hear with every trend, social media? 10 years later, it's a fad, it's going to go away, isn't it, for kids, right? Now, we're talking about AI now. People are frightened of it. And why do you think that is? Why do you think people are frightened? Yes. Ooh, that's scary. That's true. That's very true. What's another reason, LaShawn?
People don't want to lose their jobs.
Yes, that's it. People don't want to lose their jobs. People feel like they're going to be replaced. Yes. Any other reasons? Those are some strong ones right there. So that's why people are afraid of it. But then here's the flip side of it, is all the things that it offers. If you're a solopreneur, if you have a small business, corporations are harnessing the power of AI. What we would have talked about earlier, we were supposed to have like kind of a career session and talk about jobs, because some of us still do some freelance work to augment some of what we're doing, and we get some gigs and stuff like that. And one of the things that Katani and I sometimes often talk about is, when did bots start interviewing people? So Katani was interviewed by a bot. So guess what? You get interviewed by the bot before you even go to step 2. That's what's happening. So that's what we would have discussed earlier. We would have had a little bit of a wrap session about what it looks like to get jobs today. Katani.
Also, not anybody here, but we also, at a previous event, we had a volunteer send their bot to the meeting instead of them showing up.
That's right.
No way. But
Yes.
they
Yes way.
They did show up to conference, and they were very prepared. But
they sent a bot. And so this is what is happening. They sent a bot. Yes, I know. So if it's on a Zoom call, right? And they didn't show up for the meeting. They sent the note taker to go. But I don't know. I kind of would have maybe text or emailed and say, hey, I can't make this. So I feel like typical manners are kind of going out the window. It's like, I didn't know your bot was going to come and interview me. I mean, wouldn't it have been nice to know or be prepared for that? So how scary is this? This is where we are right now. So yes, I'm gonna take you.
I think we're just going back to like what people are scared of. There's also an environmental impact when empowering AI.
Yes.
So it's kind of like
Yeah, that's scary too. Yeah, there's definitely that also. That's scary. But Sean.
I love it because I like notes. And
Yeah.
so
Oh,
it's
me
like my
too.
backup of notes, and so you can deny the bot if you would like.
Yes.
So it's not that if you send the bot that you have to accept the bot.
Right.
Not accept it.
Yeah.
Then you'll have to be there in person. But
Mhm.
it's really for note taking purposes.
Yes. The otter.
And sometimes I share the notes with
Mhm.
the clients and the people that
They love
and
it.
they're just so excited.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
This is really good.
It's good. So how many of you have heard of Otter? Otter. So Otter is a note taker, and that is part of AI, and it basically takes all the notes from your meeting, and there it is, categorized. And it's amazing. Yeah, but it can get a little scary because you realize that there were people that used to provide these services. They used to work in these areas, but this is where we are. This is where we are. And trust me, it is coming, and it's coming fast and furious. It's here. Carolyn.
I mentioned that I know a lot of creative people are, oh my God, AI is going to take my job.
Yeah.
Okay, it can't create anything.
Mhm. You still got to drive it.
I don't know
Yeah.
about the future,
Right.
but it's a tool.
It's a tool. Think about it as a tool. Right.
Can I answer that? It also depends on what industry you're in.
That's
So
true.
like, say for example, I do a lot of voiceover work. And what AI has done is it's taken jobs away from voice actors because now they can take a sample of your voice and they can create
And that's
a whole
wrong.
program.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it has its limits, but it's already happening. They're
Yeah.
taking jobs away.
Yeah, it is. And I think in the acting industry as well, I mean, just the fact that you can recreate and push something out and not even pay that actor or actress and you're using their image. I mean, there's a lot of lawsuits, but it is happening at such a rapid fire pace. It's hard to stay on top of it. Katani.
I think in the future, because it's so unregulated right now, eventually, and I work with lawyers like intellectual property lawyers personally who are working on this. Eventually, there is going to be some type of regulation.
Yeah, there has to
But
be.
it's probably not going to happen.
Right. Yeah, there has to be. There has to be.
A lot of industries are probably going to be destroyed before it happens.
Yes.
But there will be some regulation. Regulation will happen because people are going to take it too far because that's what it is.
Yeah, and it's happening rapid fire. So these are some AI and AI apps in business. I can tell you that I use Trello every day just to keep my team and I on track. Sometimes if I'm working with Katani or anybody else that I'm partnering with, we incorporate them into our project management tools just to help us stay on track because that way we can see who's working on what. But I've used Monday before, but using a tool in your business is helpful. Of course, we use Canva, but even all of these traditional tools that we've been using for maybe a couple of years, 2 to 5 years, I don't know if you've noticed, they all have an AI component to it now. Zoom now has an AI component. So it is here. It is here. The best thing that you could do is learn about it, learn possibly how it can impact or affect your industry. That's the biggest thing. Learn how it can impact you, but learn how you can harness it or use it for good, for yourself. But you can't pretend that it's not there because it's happening. It's here, and it is a little scary. So I think the key thing is to stay as educated as possible. Try to, I mentioned Otter. I love how it just take notes and everything like that. Yes. Sure.
But I love this slide because I'm all about automation.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so for a lot of my small business clients, I let them know you will not be able to scale without
Yes.
some of these tools.
Yes. Yes, very true.
If you want to scale, you're gonna have to.
You got it. You have to. You have to. That's very true. In order to scale, you just have to incorporate automation. And it's not easy because it's happening so fast. You might have gotten used to doing things a certain way. And then what is happening is sometimes your competitor is using some of this automation and they're outpacing you for a project, a bid. I mean, I've learned that myself, just doing things a certain way, an old school way. If you are starting to lose deals, projects, contracts, because they're using it in your industry, then that's the other reason why you have to learn it. And I know it's intimidating. I know it's scary. It's scary for me too, but you just have to stay on top of it. It's really important to do that. So we'll go to the next slide. So I wanted to always add a little bit about how to not become unwell. So I talked a little bit about health and wellness and why it's so important. Prioritizing yourself as if you are the most important person in the room. Prioritize you. You're the most important person in the room because you are. Okay, you are. So you got to get some sleep. Oh, I would love to get 6 hours of sleep every night. I'm trying to just get here and stay here. I'm trying, but my goal is to get to 7. But right now I'm between 5.5 and 6. So I kind of teeter-totter between that. Katani. Yes, that's true. That's true. That's very true. Sweat it out. Exercise, walk, whatever your flavor is. Go ahead, get some kind of exercise, some movement. Everybody doesn't like dance or Zumba. Some people don't like yoga, but find out what it is that works for you and try to incorporate it consistently. Some of us are gym rats. Some of us like to walk in the park. We like nature. So whatever it is that you can do consistently, that is a good thing. You got a balanced diet can release feel good hormones. Very true. I think I have the 80-20 plan with that. If I go on vacation, all bets are off. I might be eating. I ain't going to tell you what I was eating in Mexico, but I indulged. I had a good time. Got it. So trying to eat well, but I'm back home. So now I'm back on track. So that's important. Just watching what you eat. Connect and call a friend or a family member. I don't think we realize what is impacting our brains now when we don't talk to each other anymore. My mother had Alzheimer's, and I still remember she's been gone almost 5 years now. And I remember my nieces and nephews would text her. And I said, call Nana because she needs to hear your voice, right? She was 88 when she passed away. She didn't get all this technology. So they would text her happy birthday and everything. I said, call her, guess what? We need to talk to each other too. So we need to talk to each other. It is important. I still think I think we're going to find out years down the road, the price that we're paying and what's happening because we're not exercising our brain the same way because we're not talking to each other as much. How many of you would agree? Do you find yourself texting a lot more and you don't talk to people as much? It's like I have a peer call a friend or a family member, but my niece and I were texting each other and I was like, okay, just call me, so just call me. And she called me and we talked and everything. But, I haven't yesterday was my birthday. So, thank you. So here's the thing. I get a lot of, how many of you get those texts? Birthday, how many people do you talk to for your birthday?
No, none.
Think about it. But you got a text birthday little emoji or whatever it is. You got that, but you're not talking to each other as much. So I feel like now we went backwards and we have to go back to where we were because I feel it at least a little bit because I think it's important. Meditation, aromatherapy, get a manicure, whatever it is to help you to relax. Like I said, women hold up the world. I know that. It doesn't matter whether you're a mom or whether you're taking care of elderly parents. You got kids, you know, people around you that you take care of, and then you fall down to the bottom of the list. And it happens all the time. And this is something I could talk about this every year, see some of the same people at these events. And then they're like, oh, yeah, that's right. It's like, we were just talking about this at the last event. What are you talking about? And, you know, so it happens. Like I said, it's a muscle. We'll be doing really good for a while, and then we fall off the wagon because something catastrophic happened, and then we can't recover from it. Dad got sick, mom got sick, something. So you have to really fight to know that it's okay to prioritize you. It's okay. Don't let anybody tell you that you're being selfish and why you're being like this, because a lot of us are told that as women. Well, why can't you always be here for me? Like, what? Like, always? When you're not always there for me, you have to be careful about being always accessible. Always? How unhealthy is that for you? Because if you're always there for other people, who's showing up for you? So just being careful about that is really, really important. Really important. So you can strive with clear, simple marketing strategy. Use those AI tools that serve you, not stress you out. Wellness baked into your business routine. Have some wellness incorporated into your strategy on your calendar. I have a calendar that I put my exercise. I block out time. I block out time to have lunch, and I could be just on a roll working with my team, and I could keep working, but then I start getting lightheaded and I don't know why. And it's like, oh, I haven't eaten, you know? So it's just build it into your schedule day by day to take some time out for yourself. You have to do it. So make sure wellness is baked into your business routine. Let's grow smarter, lead stronger, and feel better doing it. We deserve that. We deserve that. That's who we are. So this is my contact information. Stay in touch. We're always doing events. We always love to partner with people. We've been around for 18 plus years now, and work with a lot of different organizations and wonderful people throughout my journey. And all I can say is that in 2025, that needs to be on your radar, because with everything that's happening in our world and in our country, we have to find a way to work together. We have to find a way to work together, especially as women, you know, and it could be done, because a lot of us can go after a deal together. Because sometimes we look at something. Let me tell you this real quick story, then I'm going to turn it over to the next person to come up. I have seen in going after minority women business enterprise projects and contracts, being certified for years, how many people go after projects that they can't really do because they're just greedy, okay? And they don't want to share, okay? I'm just going to keep it real with you. They don't want to share. They don't want to know, that'll cut down on my bottom line. But guess what? It cuts down on the work too, because now you're letting someone else do that work. And yes, they deserve to get paid for that, okay? So you shift it over to them. And guess what happens? You go after a project, you bid on it, and say you win it. That could be the worst thing in the world for you, because you cannot sustain that project because you said you could do this, this, this. You didn't find any partners. You said you could do this. So just be mindful that partnering does not have to be a bad word. It's really looking at what makes sense. Now, this is not a situation where you're doing 80% of the work and you're getting 50% of the money. We're not talking about that. We're talking about something that is fairly distributed between 2, 3, sometimes 4 different parties. Because guess what? If it's just you or you and a couple of people, how big of a deal can you really accommodate? How big of a deal can you really do? So looking at what is realistic and saying, okay, this is a 6-figure deal. This is a $250,000 project. Maybe I could get 2 to 4 partners to come in with me and do part of the work, and we go after this project. We go after this work together. I've been on those types of projects before where we just say, you know what? We're going to pull our resources, put us all in this contract together. Be transparent about it. Let them know that we have other people working with us, and let's do it. And they can work. So just keep that in mind. Reach out to me. We have some business coaching classes and workshops. We're always trying to do something. And so I would love to partner with you. Feel free to reach out at any time. And thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. And let's see. I am going to introduce the next person. But of course, I can't find my notes. So I will grab, yeah, I need that. Thank you. Thanks, Taisha. I'm so glad I printed out like 3 or 4 of those. Thank you. Yes, 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 yes. All right, so this is the time to talk a little bit about perseverance. Perseverance, what does it take? I am so honored and thrilled to introduce Nikki Sunshine to you. She is phenomenal. And you're going to find out when she gets up here, okay? You're going to find out. Nikki Sunshine is an actress, a comedian, and writer. She has performed at the Apollo, at Gotham, Carolines, and more. Nikki made her reality show debut in 2016, and her spouse, Jamie Roberts, on A Question of Love, her solo show. Oh, I didn't know that, girl. I think I saw that. Confessions of a Massage Parlor Madam has raised awareness about trafficking and assault. Ms. Sunshine is a Northwestern University graduate, radio personality on www.108soul.com, and co-owner of Comedy in Harlem, a stand-up comedy venue. Beautiful venue. And those of you who don't know, you need to go up there and catch some of those shows. Are awesome. And so without further ado, I'm going to bring her up. Give it up for Nikki Sunshine. Woo!
Keep it going for Debra and her fabulous presentation. Debra is someone that I really look up to because she's always active. She's always trying to support women in business and give us resources and give us a space, and really giving us that wisdom of we can do it together, we can partner. So one more time for Debra. And it was her birthday the other day, and she's still working. She's giving us Diana Ross vibes with the hair and all, keeping it fashionable and all of that. Yes, all of those things that you said, that's what I do. That's who I am. I am a performer, and I own a stand-up comedy venue. And I put on my good girdle for this. So I don't know if y'all know about shapewear, but I'm compressed. I'm compressed, okay? And see, I nicknamed my girdles. I call this one Jack the Ripper because it's slicing into my back fat right. I'm bleeding a little bit on this side for y'all. And I did my grooming. I waxed my beard off for y'all. Oh, I'm the only woman in here with facial hair? Just me and this lady with the mustache? Just me and her? Okay. It's just me and you.
I see you, you see me.
Yes, yes. And I see what kind of international in here. What you doing over here? Oh, you're doing PowerPoints. Okay, we got something else going on. It's gonna be a little silly because I'm silly, but I'm glad that we have a diverse crowd. It's an international crowd. I'm actually international because my hair is from India. Okay, my nails were done by the Koreans, and I got my breasts done in the Dominican Republic. So I'm international for the people watching at home. So stand-up comedy, humor is my business. And this time last year, my venue came to an abrupt end. And it was a serious thing. We were shut down by the Department of Buildings. So we were wondering, like, how could this happen? We had done what we were supposed to do. We had applied for a certificate of occupancy when you have a brick and mortar, and in Manhattan, you have to have a certificate of occupancy or a letter of no objection. And that's what we were awarded. We were awarded the proper certifications, but someone had made a mistake on our paperwork. And so basically what happened, an inspector designated our space as a first floor space, and so did Con Edison. That's why we didn't think anything of it. Even though we were on the second floor, Con Edison calls us the first floor. And that's the same thing that the Department of Buildings did. But then inspectors came around and said, oh, no. It's illegal for you to operate in this space on the second floor, this type of business, unless you install an elevator. Well, the landlord wasn't installing an elevator, and we certainly didn't have $80,000 to $100,000 to install an elevator. So we couldn't afford it. We had to cancel an entire month of shows. An entire month of shows. We had to pretty much temporarily lay off our workers who were counting on us to, pay their rent, take care of their families. It was bad. We were down, but we weren't out. So 2 months prior, we knew that we had to move to a better space if we wanted to grow our comedy club. And Debra, God bless her, she came to the location, and it was kind of like, okay, this is nice, but what about the alleyway? It was such a peculiar setup that customers would have to go through this like little alley. They had to go up 17 stairs. Yeah, all these stairs. You've been there? Okay. Okay, right. So you had to go up steps, people in walkers and different things. It just wasn't ideal. And we no longer wanted to be a hidden gem with no signage. So we had the vision. We had the vision before the city shut us down to sign a lease and a better location. So that's, as business people and business professionals and as successful leaders, we really have to have vision when it comes to planning out our business. Where do you want to be in 5 years? Can we grow in this current space? What type of neighborhood, what type of clientele is going to help my business thrive? Leaders visualize, leaders actualize their goals. So it's May now. If you're starting to plan Juneteenth events now, you're a little late. As you can see, Deborah's been advertising her Juneteenth event for months. We can't wait until the last minute, especially in sales, to get customers, because your competitors are planning. Your competitors are already thinking about Labor Day sales. And what are they going to do for Thanksgiving? What are they going to do? If you're planning Mother's Day events now, we have to have the vision to grow, to capture the sales. So that's one of the cornerstones of persevering in business. By show of hands, how many people have naysayers in your family or friends? You have naysayers. Yes? What's some of the things that folks, your family or friends say that's maybe naysaying or negative about what you do or your business?
You sure you can do that? Don't buy the stuff no more. It's a waste of money.
Waste of money. Waste of money.
Maybe you should get a full-time job.
Yeah.
That's why you gotta have that 5-year plan.
Well, maybe you should get it. That was one of the things my grandmother would say. Can't you get a good government job? And now look at the government jobs. They mean well, some of them, but that's not helping you. The naysaying, girl, I couldn't be on the phone cold calling people all day. I like my 9 to 5. Your clientele is so cheap. I couldn't deal with them cheap people. If you're consistently working late, What time do you have for yourself? Girl, you need to take 3 to 5 days off and come to Myrtle Beach with me. You know, I don't want to go to Myrtle Beach. That business, how many times you, girl, that business is draining the fun out of you. You got to sell jewelry this weekend. I wanted us to go to the beach. You know, it's, they don't understand what it takes to be successful in your field. You know, they can't relate to you or your vision, and you need to change the channel. Just like you change the channel on the TV, you gotta change the channel on them. And that doesn't mean that you don't love your family. Maybe that means you don't have conversations as much. Or maybe you say, I'm going to talk to them for 5 minutes and then I have to go somewhere else, because, you know, people can really sow seeds of doubt that can stop you from thriving. Just when you're about to break through, people can, that doubt and stuff, it's contagious. And you need to associate with people, places, and things that can put fuel in your tank to help you keep going. Does that make sense to everyone? Everybody is not supposed to be in your network. You can have family members and you can socialize and things like that, but you picked your path, right? You're committed to your goals, and people who want to sow seeds of doubt or make you feel bad about the choices, they aren't good for you. They aren't. They aren't, because being in business, especially being self-employed, it's a fight. It's a fight, and you're going to need all your resources, all your faculties. You know, they can't really relate to what you have going on. So the second cornerstone to persevering in business is having the right network. The right network. There's my friend used to say the same thing all the time. He would say, your network is your net worth. Have y'all heard of that? Yeah. Your network is your net worth. And I know sometimes we can be kind of tribal. You know, we can kind of be, well, I don't want to go to that networking event by myself. You know, I tell my friends, because sometimes when me and my friends get together and go places, we could be a little bit intimidating. We could be a little bit loud, and then people are afraid to approach you, or, you know, to speak to you, or maybe you're not as outgoing to share your information. It's okay to go some places sometimes by yourself and meet new people, because the new people you meet have new information that you don't know about. Hey, I didn't know about wills and trusts until I went to this networking event and got some information. I didn't really know that much about AI, but I went to a workshop. As business owners, we have to be active. You have to constantly be meeting new people and adding new people to your network. Somebody told me it's almost like a vampire. You know, if you're in business, you have to constantly be looking for new blood. You know, you can't keep fishing from the same pool. You have to meet and expand your network. So I would say surround yourself with people who believe in what you're doing. You know, associate yourself with like-minded individuals. And guess what? Some people I had to cut off. Anybody in here had to cut some people off? Because that's part of keeping you healthy, and exactly what Debra mentioned with your well-being. Some people are just not healthy for your next level and for your growth. So you want to find positive sources that'll cheer you on. I didn't know many positive people, because in my family, that was kind of like the communication. Oh, look at the traffic, and you know what? I can't stand going to work. And you know, I honestly, it was always something negative. I had to listen to, have you heard of Les Brown? I had to listen to Les Brown. I would listen to Brian Tracy on repeat, Zig Ziglar. That is fuel in your tank as a business owner, because you're going to need those positive strategies to solve problems. People that complain a lot, I really believe they don't have to solve as many problems, because if you're solving problems as a business owner, you don't have time to be negative. You're trying to figure out, how can I win? How can I get to the next level? How can I score? I can't afford the luxury of a negative thought. Has anybody heard of that? That's actually a book by Peter McWilliams. It's called "You Can't Afford the Luxury of a Negative Thought." And I can't. And developing a positive mental mindset actually inspired me to dream bigger. And I started to believe that I could make my dreams a reality. I'm from Virginia. All my family is in Virginia. I was the one that said, you know what? I want to go, I want to move. I want to go to Latin America at 18. I want to live there. I want to go to school away. I want to go to school in Chicago. It's possible. I want to go to Germany. I want to live in Germany for a year. People that are negative, they can't even open their minds up to these concepts. Some people would never even dream that they could open up a business or open up a brick and mortar, a restaurant. It's so imperative that you feed your mind positive stimulation, and the network has to go. Which brings me to the third cornerstone of persevering in business, and that's attitude. What does attitude mean to you?
Having the right, as far as business is concerned.
Yes.
Just having a positive outlook, having the right mindset, not letting little things get in the way of you scaling, succeeding.
Right. Having that can-do attitude, having the attitude that you can push through your obstacles. And operating in the tri-state, it's not easy, right? Every day it's a new bill. You know, it's a new permit that you have to get. You constantly have to get customers. Thomas Jefferson said, nothing can stop the man with the right mental attitude from achieving his goal. And nothing on earth can help the man with the wrong mental attitude. Let that sink in. You have the right mental attitude, you can make it. You can win. Another quote, your living is determined not so much by what life brings to you as the altitude you bring to life. By the way your mind looks at the problem and looks at the issue. And sometimes we have to readjust it. We have to readjust. Man, we just can't. We haven't, for 3 years, we haven't met that quota. But maybe this month. Let's keep pushing forward. Maybe this month we can make it. That will keep you trying. And Lord knows, how many of us have fitness goals? Did we make the goals yet? But if that's a goal, you have to keep trying. Some of us, the beach gonna get the body I give it, right? Right? And I've tried a lot. How many people heard of hip hop abs? Any heard of hip hop abs? Hip hop, that's the hip hop. You're supposed to do hip hop dance move to lose belly fat. I didn't lose 1 pound. This was their signature move to lose weight. The tilt, tuck, and tighten. Yeah, I didn't lose 1 pound. I almost got pregnant doing this right here. Gotta figure it out. Gotta try something else. But you can't quit. You just like the song says, you gotta dust yourself off and try again. Okay, maybe I'll try 15 minutes of walking this week. Let me try to incorporate, some kale in my diet this week. Keep going in whatever it is, Don't be defeated. That's what it is. We have to constantly problem solve. We have to see the possibilities to get to the other side of what is blocking our way, right? The fourth cornerstone in business is simply what I'd like to call grit. It's a simple concept. but it's difficult to do. You got to push through even when it's hard. That is the very definition of perseverance. Perseverance is not giving up. It's basically the effort required to do something and keep doing it until the end, even if it's hard. So the word perseverance, it's a Latin. The root of it comes from a Latin word, and it's perseverantia. Okay, and that means to abide by something strictly. So if you're doing something in spite of all the difficulty, you're being strict on yourself to push through. So I'll tell you a story. This is a very personal story. And this happened back in 2016. I was right here in Midtown. I was coming from a comedy show, and I took the 2 train to 96th Street. So I had to take the 1 train. I lived in Harlem at the time. I had to wait for the 1 train. While I was waiting for the 1 train, I sat next to a man. He looked like a drunk man. I sat next to him on the bench. He didn't look homeless. He looked like he was well dressed, like he had come from a networking something. He wasn't a street person. So I sat on the bench. All of a sudden, he sprang to life. He grabbed me. He threw me down on my back on the platform. And I started screaming. He was like over top of me, and I was laying down. I was like, get away from me. Get off of me. Get off of me. There was a man that pulled him off me. And I was upset. I was crying. And just then the 1 train was coming. And so I got on the 1 train and I said, you know what? No, I need to report this. Y'all know 96th Street train station, right? Okay. So I went upstairs. There were a half a dozen officers at the booth. And I told the officers that there's a man downstairs. He attacked me and I need help. 2 officers came with me down on the platform, and there was an MTA worker holding the man. And I looked at him and I said, why did you attack me? Why, and he was incoherent. To me, it was clear that he was intoxicated. So the police asked me, would you like to file a police report? I said, yes, I would like to. So they drove me to 145th Street. Down in the train station, there is a precinct at 145th Street and St. Nicholas Avenue. So I went into the area where you give reports, and 10 minutes into the interview, the sergeant excused herself and she went out. So when she came back, she came in and she said, sorry to do this to you, but you're under arrest. And I said, what's that? And they said, you're under arrest. And I said, no, there's been a mistake. I'm the victim. I was the one that was attacked. And they apologized and they put me in a cell. Everything that I'm telling you, I'm not making any of this up. They put me in a cell. They wouldn't tell me why. And I sat there and I was so upset. I was supposed to be on a train to Washington the next day because my father and I had to take care of some business dealing with my uncle's estate. So I was in the cell and I cried. I asked an officer that was outside the cell, will somebody please tell me why I'm in here? Why am I in here? Oh, for grand larceny. And I said, grand larceny? And I said, oh, you mean that the man that attacked me is saying that I stole something? I said, what is he saying that I stole? And they said, oh, a book bag. And I said, no, I had a book bag. I didn't steal anything. I said, you look at the cameras. I was the one that was attacked. Why am I in here? They pretty much ignored me. At 3 o'clock in the morning, they took me out of my cell. There was a detective that started asking me about prostitution on the trains. I said, sir, I don't know anything about prostitution on the train. Sounds like a good idea, but I don't know anything about it. It was so bewildering. They put me in like a wagon with 2 homeless people to drive me to Central Bookings. I got to Central Bookings. still obviously upset. So they asked me, where do you work? At the time, I was working for the DOE. And I said, I work for the DOE. Okay, fine. I said, where's my court-appointed attorney? So when I finally got to talk to the attorney, and I said, you know, this is crazy because the judge is going to ask this man questions. She's going to see, or he's going to see that this man is visibly intoxicated, and that's going to be the end of it. I don't know why I'm even in here. And the court-appointed attorney looked at me, and he was so confused. And he said, what are you talking about? There was never anyone, nobody was ever arrested. And so that's just when it fell on top of me. I was crushed. I was crying so much I couldn't see. They had never even questioned this man, brought this man in. And it was basically a racially motivated situation because I was the Black woman and the man was white. That's the only thing that I could gather from it. I was crying so much when I left that courthouse because nothing like that had ever happened to me before. I remember I was getting on the D train. I was crying so much I couldn't even see. Because of these charges, I was suspended from working at the DOE. I could not work. And after several weeks, the charges were eventually dropped. I tried to sue for, false imprisonment, wrongful incarceration. And, you cannot sue. Police have immunity. If the police come in here and they say there's a bomb, they're well within their legal guidelines to arrest everybody in here, and they will sort it out later. And that's what I learned. I wrote a letter to the CCRB, the Complaint Review Board. I heard nothing back. I tried to get my church involved. They tried to help me. The entire incident made me feel so powerless. I spiraled into a depression. My business is entertainment. So if I can't feel joyful, how can I entertain others? How can I work? Not only was my back bruised, my sense of safety was shattered. I began to withdraw from social gatherings. I avoided close interactions with strangers, and I just stopped. I just stopped performing. And I became angry. I was angry that as a Black woman, they didn't believe me. They asked me all sorts of questions, which I felt were inappropriate. I just stopped. And for quite a while, I just couldn't move forward with my business. And eventually I got tired of being sad, and I had to get back to work because I had bills to pay. And so I decided, I made it a decision that I wasn't going to let anybody or any situation steal my joy. That situation that happened to me, it was out of my control. But how I respond to the situation, that's what matters. I don't hate all cops. Cops have helped me. I don't hate white people because the man I felt got favoritism over me. I have plenty of white friends and in my network that support me and love me. So bad things are going to happen. How will you respond? How are you going to respond to incidences and, bills and all of that? In May of 2024, after 2.5 years of being on the East Side, that's where my business was, we moved to 750A St. Nicholas Avenue. And my business, Comedy in Harlem, now sits directly on top of the precinct where I was wrongfully jailed. I'm not even kidding. We're at 147. The jail is literally, you go down the steps and we're sitting right on top of it. And I know that God is amazing. That is a testimony that I have, that only I can share, you know. And so with a winning attitude, you can rise above your adversity, and it's going to come, and it's going to come in many different forms. Financial, you know, health, setbacks. Just keep pushing forward. What you have to do is you want to create the vision, right? Know what your goals are, know what you're going after, know what your purpose is. That's the first cornerstone. You want to have the right people around you that are going to cheer you on when it gets hard, when you fall down. You don't need naysayers. And that's why I told you don't move to New York, because it's not safe. I couldn't ride the trains. I couldn't be there. You have to have the right network around you. Have to have the right attitude. Right attitude, right? Fighter. We're winners in our business. Maybe you didn't make as many sales as you thought you were this month, but next month we're going to fight. We're going to fight back. And then you got to have the grit to push through. With perseverance, you will win. Thank you so much, and keep supporting Debra.
Thank you. Oh my God. Oh my God. Give it up for Nikki Sunshine. I mean, just being so transparent and sharing that with us. This is a sacred space. And she just shared it all. And you know what I love the most is you can allow these situations to make you bitter or better. And she allowed it to make her better. But that was a conscious decision that she made to allow herself to grow from that situation. That's not easy. It's not easy. And sometimes we are so broken by a situation, we can't get past it. And sometimes we need that time to be sad and to be depressed for a moment, but we can't live there. We just there for a minute, and then we got to get up out of there. So thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate that. Sure. Of course.
I do have cards.
Yes,
our club
please.
is in Harlem. We're one of the only Black-owned comedy clubs really in the tri-state.
Yes.
We have all types of events, stand-up
Yes.
comedy events, Mother's Day events.
Mm-hmm.
We do music, so we do jazz,
Mm-hmm.
karaoke. We're a community space. We
Yes, it's beautiful.
to do town halls, to talk about issues impacting our community. So
Mm-hmm.
if you like to
Yes.
laugh, if you like music,
Yes, it's beautiful too.
Be in a great space with a great vibe, please visit us.
Yes.
Our website
Yes.
is here. We have a yacht party also on June 7th.
Yes. We partnered with Comedy in Harlem last year for their yacht party. It is so much fun. And that's coming up June 7th. So it's another event to keep in mind. Thank you, Nikki. That was just amazing. That was amazing. So thank you so much for sharing. So we're going to take some time to network, to eat some of that food back there, please. Eat some of the food, talk to each other, come over to talk to our amazing vendors. Please come over, talk to each other, come over here. And I'm gonna say something very quickly because I know this is a small, intimate room. Athenia and I have talked about this, us being window dressing at a lot of large shows or smaller shows and never being able to interact. We feel like it's important to integrate the vendors into everything that we're doing with our events. We bring them up. We want them to share about their businesses and everything. We feel like that's important. So one time Athenia and I were talking about how we've been vendors at different shows, and there were hardly anybody that showed up until there was that one small show where that one person that came to our table. So I'm looking at all of y'all because I know you're looking over here. I know what you're doing. Okay. I know how you feel. I understand. I've been there. Until you have that one person that comes to you and they can give you a franchise deal, a bigger project, because most of it is about relationships. So we go to these big expos and big shows, and we don't really connect with people like we can in this room. So in this room, you can find some of your best champions, the best people that you could work with. So always keep that in mind. It's 6 degrees of separation. Could be that one person. Wait a minute. You know what? We need to bring you into our company, our corporation, because we do X, Y, and Z. We want to bring this product or service into our company. So just keep that in mind, because I'm always looking and networking, and I'm always keeping previous vendors in mind. Actually, Athena does the same thing, because that's how I met Shanique. So I met Shanique through Athenia and Juneteenth. And so here she is today. So please get up, network, mill around, get some food. We're going to chat it up for about 15 to 20 minutes. How long?
We actually have almost 45 minutes.
45 minutes, really? Okay, probably not quite as long. So we'll see. But I want you to get up, stretch your legs, talk to each other, and network with each other, okay? All right, we'll be back. Thank you.
feeling? Okay, we're gonna try that again. Rewind selector, as we like to say in Brooklyn. How is everyone feeling? How was our networking power hour? How was it? Did we meet some new and interesting people and make some really valuable connections? I tell you something. I think that I met most of you. I had the opportunity to speak with most of you in this room, and there is some power up in here. And I am just like, it's electrifying. It truly is electrifying, from the people behind the screens, Manny, the text, hey, saying, yeah. And Jasmine, thank you both so much for your hard work and dedication to making sure that the masses are able to receive the golden nuggets that are being dispersed out here tonight or this afternoon. So without further ado, we're going to move the program along and introduce our next speaker. Ms. LaShawn Alexander is dedicated to building and enhancing the community's capacity to create positive, lasting social change in government and beyond. LaShawn has a deep commitment to providing much needed support to local nonprofits to achieve better governance, financial management, and legal compliance to improve the overall strength and sustainability of the entire community. She has worked with thousands of leaders and organizations throughout the city, helping them achieve higher accountability and oversight to better serve the needs of the city's most vulnerable population. LaShawn, who received her bachelor's and master's degree in urban planning from Hunter College, joined CUNY Medgar Evers College as an adjunct professor in the spring 2017, teaching decision-making in government. That's deep. That's important, especially nowadays. Decision-making in government, in hopes to encourage the decision makers taking her course to make prodigious change in government at every level. Since then, she has taught many courses, including but not limited to Introduction to Public Administration and Nonprofit Management, and today is teaching principles of philanthropy, fundraising, and development. Let me say that one more time. She is currently teaching principles of philanthropy, fundraising, and development. As a senior analyst for the New York City Mayor's Office, LaShawn Alexander managed the communication to nonprofits through our web content and social media channel, nyc.gov/nonprofits at NYC_nonprofit. She organized a borough-wide capacity building training series sponsored by the New York City Council, as well as provided customized and individualized technical assistance to all New York City nonprofits. She brings her wealth of experience, passion, and a unique perspective to the complex issues that nonprofits face. It is her interest in the social sciences, her experience in urban planning, and her steadfast focus on results that leads to significant progress with a wide variety of stakeholders. She has an established record of success in supporting diverse organizations and government agencies. You're doing a lot, sis. You are doing a lot. Thank you so much. Would you please put your hands together for Ms. LaShawn Alexander?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I know after lunch is when people get a little bit tired, but this topic matter, just brings lots of energy in the room. We have so many nonprofits out there, right? In the city, the state, the federal, national, global, right? And these organizations are here to provide human services. And it's important to see them being funded, right? My bio is very long because I've I've been in this for a long time. I look pretty young, and most people think I'm, a student at the college sometimes, and says like, no, I've been in government for a long time, and I've been here at Medgar Evers for over 5 years. So I have a lengthy history of working in community. Today's presentation, I'm going to talk about cultivating relationship with donors, right? So funding is about relationship building, right? Building relationships with neighbors, with institutions. It doesn't matter where you go, building relationships is important, all right? This is my contact information. So if you want to contact me, the information is on the slide. So please take note. We have a small team, but we're a mighty team, and we support thousands of organizations and helping them achieve big missions, small missions, but mission-driven organizations. All right, so today's agenda, I'm gonna kind of go through an overview of cultivating relationships with donors. I'm gonna talk about good communication, doing your research, right? So as an academic, an adjunct professor, research is important. I know somebody mentioned earlier the numbers. I think it was Debra that said, what are the stats, right? Data is so important. So always doing research in your homework is important, not just as a teacher, not just as a student, but in any profession that you undertake, knowing who you're talking to, what you're talking about, and what you want to have accomplished is important, right? Allowing for feedback, right? Sometimes we throw in a proposal, we throw in something, and we don't, we think it's just going into an empty hole, right? But that's not where you want to be, right? You want to get feedback. What did I do that you didn't really like? How could I, do this better? And when you've mastered the craft, it becomes really easy, right? We're going to talk about creating opportunities for involvement, showing the impact, giving appreciation, right? And then I'll just share some final thoughts. I like to be interactive. I just want to get a sense of who's in the room. How many of you have worked at a nonprofit or have any experience working with nonprofits? Raise your hands. How many of you think that getting money and fundraising is easy work? Raise your hands. Okay, so you just have one person. Okay, that's kind of true, right? Because fundraising and getting funded for nonprofits, it's not easy work, right? It's not easy work. But it can be easy work if you build the right relationships, right, with donors, etc. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about that. All right, so you need to get to know your donors, right? Whatever nonprofit space you're in, whether it's in the arts, whether it's in the humanities, whether it's in health and human services, you got to know the people that you are reaching out to, right? You have to develop a good relationship with those people, right? They should know you by name. And so every time I go to an event, someone says, oh, wow, LaShawn, you know everybody. And why is that? Because building relationships is important, right? Knowing individuals is important. Having a one-on-one conversation with someone is important, right? I know our last speaker mentioned that you could just be one person away from that opportunity that will open the biggest door for you, right? And so it's important that you have good relationships, right? And fundraisers, right? Have any of you guys got to meet or be introduced to someone who does fundraising for a living? Raise your hand if you know somebody who does fundraising for a living. They're the nicest people, right, that you will ever meet, because that's their job, right? Their job is to build and sustain not short-term relationships, but long-term relationships, right? So they need to know, what are your pets? What do you like to do? Do you have children, right? How many, right? What sports or activities you like to do? What are your hobbies, right? So it's important that you build relationships with individuals, right? Now, it's not just about, checking in, right? Uh, they have to be part of your team, your people, right? So how do you make them your people? You hang out with them, right? You take them for coffee, right? You get to know them, right? You go to their children's ballet, recital, right? So it's not just, we're reaching out to you for $5,000 because you have millions of dollars to give, right? But you're building relationships, right? You treat them with the same respect that you would the rest of your executive team, right? So we all know management and leadership, right? And there's a certain level of service that comes with being on the executive team, right? You're the VP, CEO, right? Executive director, right? People treat you with the utmost respect, right? That's how you want to treat your donors, right? They're not just, Auntie Sue, right? They're not just your cousin, your friend, and you don't have to give them any respect, right? But when you're reaching out to donors, you want to treat them like they are the executives that they are, because they are executives in funding your organization. All right, good communication, right? I know Debra talked about that before earlier, right? The texting nation, right? The email nation that we've become. But it's still important, right? Texting, emailing, right? Sending letters, they're still important, right? So you want to keep contact with your donors. Some people prefer text, right? Some people prefer email, right? Some people prefer calls. So when you get to know, right, the people that you're working with at whatever foundation, right, that you're applying to, you got to know the type of people that you're connecting with. They're a text person, you text back, right? You send them a text. How are you doing today? We want to share with you how the funding that you've given us has supported, X amount of students, has supported, this project that we're working on, right? They want to know what that money that they gave to you, how it's making a difference, right? So again, good communication is important. And as I said, update them on the projects, right? In those communications, those emails, those texts, those phone calls. Maintain contact, right? As I said, with phone calls, emails, and messages, right? Everyone has a best way of communication. Use it. And you can use a combination of them, right? So we called, you send an email. I just gave you a call and I wanted to share this with you, but I got your voicemail. This is what happened and what we're sharing about our annual report. This is our good news for the week or the month, right? This is our newsletter, right? Text messages, right? You want to text them, right? I just called, but I see that you're not available. I just wanted to shoot you a quick text to let you know. So you see how intentional it is and how we're keeping that communication open and clear, right? So that person knows that you're vested, that you are interested in their success. You have a question? Sure.
Younger generation, I'm going to date myself, but since you want to text, it's how the letter R and then U. What are your thoughts on that?
So you know, I would say with regards to cultivating donor relationships, we don't do that, right? As I said, this is executives, right? So we want to have an executive level of communication, right? And I inform my staff of that as well. When you're sending those emails, you want to have your name at the bottom. You want your grammar to be right. You want your periods to be in the right place, right? These are donors, right? They're not your friends, right? Or helpers, right? So, everybody else, you can, but if you realize that one of your donors is that kind of person and they use the HR and they use the shorthand, then it's okay to use it because they've extended it to you that this is their way of communication. Right? So again, you want to tailor your communication to that person that you're working with, right? That you're trying to get funded from.
When communicating, if you're in a partnership with the donor on several projects throughout the year, and they're actually the same project, do you give them a report after each project and then give them an annual report at the end?
Absolutely. Remember, every milestone, every new initiative that you're starting, you want to keep your donor in the know, right? You don't want them to ever think that they don't know what's happening at your organization, right? You want them to always know what is happening. If you're having a barbecue next week, next month, have it come in. It could come in the form of a newsletter as well, right? It doesn't always have to come in the form of an email or a phone call, but you want them to be in the know, right? Donors feel a part of the success of your organization when they're in the know, right? And they share it with their friends, right? I'm going to this barbecue for this nonprofit that I'm funding next weekend. You want to come, right? So you want to share, keep that open communication line, all right? Ensure that the contact is not one-sided, right? So, you don't want to just be like the nuisance, right? The one annoying them. Like every day I'm sending them an email, right? They're not getting back to me, right? You want it to be a conversation. So you guys know that when you're writing certain things, you can add at the end like a question. What are your thoughts on this, right? How do you think the progress that we're making? Do you have a suggestion? What might we do better, right? So you don't want to just be on the push side, right? We have this. We want you to sponsor this event coming up. We want you to, help us with this fundraising project, and we need you, right? It has to be conversational, right? You want to be communicating. You want it to be just a natural conversation, right? Not something that's pushed or forced, right? You want to talk with the donor, right? Not only when you need money, right? So a lot of organizations do that, right? They have their golf event coming up. They have their gala coming up. And that's the only time they reach out to, the funders, right? You're not going to be receiving and securing grant funding not too long, right? Because they're going to say that you're only reaching out to me when you want money, right? Parents feel the same way sometimes, right? Your kids just come, they don't hug you any other time, but when they need the money for the car, or the apartment, or they come over and they're like, "Mom, how are you? I just wanted to say hi, want to rub your feet," right? For that donation, right? So again, you want to have that communication, not just during one time of the year. Have a question?
So to that point, I was going to say that I donate to certain organizations, one being the Lincoln Center, and they have the New York City Ballet. And so once a year I would donate, but outside of that, I wasn't getting any benefit from it. And every time I hear from them, the only time I heard from them was when they wanted a donation. And the lady called me one day and she says, we're calling you, blah, 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 we want you to keep supporting us. I said, I never hear from you until you want me to donate. Right? You know what I'm saying? I told her, I said, I'm going to give you some feedback. Don't only connect with your donors when you want money from them. I said, besides this, like me giving you money, what benefit am I getting from this? And I stopped donating because that was the only time I would hear from certain organizations, not that they need to be calling me and all that,
Right.
but no invitations to their events, no none of that. I was just a donor because what I was donating was too small to be invited to an event. And so I gave them that feedback.
Yeah. And that's another thing, right? So, you usually have like a little tier system with, especially for bigger organizations where, if you're giving that $500,000 and above, you get a phone call, you get, a gift package sent to your house of thank yous. And that's okay, to thank people at different tiers and different levels, right? As a nonprofit. But it's important to thank everyone, right? Even if they give you $5, thank them. Have a staff member call and thank them. Someone can just send a text, thank you. Or an email, thank you. Or when they give it the funding on that page, right? Because we have, a lot of online donations now. A nice splash telling the person how thankful you are and how generous their donation is, right? So as you said, when you give and you don't feel appreciated, you're not going to give much more, right? You're not going to take it to the next level, and you may even terminate your giving, right? So we're hearing in the room, right, a consensus that you want to thank and have good communication with your donors, not just for the gala, not just for the banquet, okay? All right. Also, educating yourself, right? So it's a good idea, right, to read up on your donors, right? So you can know, what they like to fund. How do they feel about supporting any particular cause, right? So that you're not just throwing a blind arrow, right? It goes with that research that I was talking about earlier, right? Research the Robin Hood Foundation, research the Ford Foundation, research whatever foundation it is, see what they normally give and where they normally give, right? If you're doing we have a lot of, Debra talked about earlier being a survivor of breast cancer, right? They have breast cancer, awareness groups and foundations that give specifically to that cause, right? So reach out to those spaces, reach out to those individuals, because you're 90% of the time you'll be funded, right? Because that's something that they care about and that they're passionate about, right? Now, this is also a great way to learn what motivates your donors, right? If they like something and they're passionate about something, they're going to give. Once you start asking, they're going to give. All right? And it's not hard. All you got to do, search on Google, right? It's all that information is available. Long years ago, you used to have to go to the library. You go to the librarian and they help you put in all these search features and, like parameters and filters so that you get what you're looking for. You just have to Google it now. And with AI, you just ask, right? What do they normally give to? Oh, they give to that, right? Where are we in that area? Yeah or no. And also, even if you're not in the area that they give, does it mean that you don't have to ask or you can't ask? No, you can still ask. You can say this is not within the range of services that you normally provide, but would you think about doing this as a pilot project, right? This is something that maybe you would like to think about doing. Or there may be a staff member, right, in the organization that may be the one that brings it up to the team, right? Have any of you at your organizations raised funding for whether it's breast cancer or autism or any other initiative? Raise your hands if you've done that. All right, so we're in the room, right? So there may be an issue that affects and impacts you, and you just take it to your entire organization. And then they look for a nonprofit that does it, and you become the donor, right? And what do you do when you receive that funding from them? You say a big, big, big thank you, right? Because they didn't have to do it, right? Allow feedback, right? Give donors opportunities to give you feedback on your organization's existing programs, right? As I was saying before, you're inviting your donors to, that backyard event that you're having. You're inviting them to see the programs that you do. So if you're doing tennis, you're inviting them to the tennis classes. If you do swimming, you're inviting them to see the kids swim, right? If you do after school programming, you're inviting them to see your after school programs, and they can come see the kids and how you interact with them, how they learn, what are they engaged in, right? People love to see the engagement in the organization that they're funding, right? If you're doing a food pantry, right, they see a long line of people coming to get food, right? It says, wow, there's a demand, and they're doing a fabulous job, right? A lot of happy people, getting food in their carts, and they'll have food for the night, right? Donors' opinions matter, right? So if a donor comes to your event, right, and they saw something that didn't look too right, and they have an opinion about it, you don't want to throw that to the side, right? You don't want to say, well, they don't know what they're talking about, right? I know sometimes as employees you think that way, right? You're like, they don't know. I deal with this every day, right? But their opinions matter. When you take that feedback back and you really think of it constructively, you'll probably see that, yeah, maybe we did that wrong, or we should do it this way instead, or we should approach something in a new light, right? Because if your donor feels that way, there's a chance that the other participants or people or stakeholders feel that way too, right? So there's some validity in that. So it's important to allow for feedback, right? Creating surveys, right, to get feedback to improve your programs. How many of you worked at a nonprofit or has seen an experience at a nonprofit where they have a suggestion box, where they have a survey that you have to fill out right after you got your bag of groceries, right, or your campaign item, or whatever, not campaign item, we're facing an election, so it comes up sometimes. But yeah, whatever it is, right, that that's tangible that they give you, right? They want to find out, how did that program serve you? How did you improve based on that? How many of you have filled out those surveys? Right? Everyone has filled out a survey. Surveys are critical. Surveys will let you know if that pilot program works or if it doesn't. Surveys will allow you to know if people will donate to your cause or not. Surveys, you can share the results of surveys with your donors, right? We had this program run for 5 weeks. Here's how people think about it. This is what they've said, right? And they've said, oh, it's amazing, outstanding, wonderful. This program should be, copied all over, right? Your donors hear that stuff. They're really excited to support you and continue donating to your cause, right? So again, feedback, survey and feedback is important. Anybody have any questions or comments or anything they'd like to dive in right now? Okay. All right, so we want to create opportunities for donors to volunteer, right? We want them to be a part of our program, right? We want them to participate. We know that they have busy lives and busy schedules, but if we give them some advance notice, right? So we know 2 months ahead of time that we're going to have our gala, we want to send that out to them, right? They will likely attend to special events, right? Or even, you have tutorings on Fridays and you want them to come, they're likely to come. Help the students read, come and be a reader for our after school program. Come and volunteer to tutor. Donors love doing that because they've already acquired all this wealth. And right now they're in a position to give back and they're really excited to give back. That's what philanthropy is all about. All right. Show donors that they are making an impact. Show them what has changed with their help, right? So without their help, this is what happened. With their help, whoa, right? Now we can serve 12,000 more people or 500 more people or 10 more people, right? They want to see that contribution they gave made an impact, right? Show them that their funding are being put to good use. That's why you see a lot of organizations that will say $5 will be helpful for, toothbrush and toothpaste for 5 students, right? So they see tangibly that their funding is being put to good use, right? Show them annual reports, right? The staff hates doing annual reports, okay? Because it's work, right? You got to report all the things that you did all year and you're drained, you're tired, you're exhausted, and you're like, then they want us to do this, right? But it's so important. You want them to see in that whole year what you've done, right? And that's good for you too, right? As an organization to see what you've done in a year, right? Compared to last year. Did you serve more people, right? Give appreciation, right? We talked about that a lot, right? You can either send emails, texts, right? As we said, it would be great to be able to thank them from time to time also. As we said before, right? Not just to ask them for money, but to thank them. We want to thank you again for your contribution. We want to thank you again for your Everybody likes to be thanked, right? Even if you gave them $100 and you get thanked 10 times for that $100, you're likely to give 1,000 more, right? All right, so here at LaChance Consulting, we have developed good working relationships with government officials, independent corporations, to ensure that we are able to effectively allow our organization to achieve its mission and vision. And now it's your responsibility to cultivate relationships for your organization, right? It's all about cultivating relationships. So when you think about fundraising, philanthropy, it's about people pleasing, right? It's about relationship building. All right. Thank you so much for your time today. All right. And this is our social media information so you can find us. Thank you. Oh, I got to give it.
I can try that. You can use the clicker. What do you need me to do? All right, everyone. So I am so excited to be introducing the Tanya Graham Gray. I still have to get used to saying all 3 of your names. Even though I have 3 names too. But the Tanya Gray is a seasoned creative agency owner and event professional. She has over 17 years of experience helping businesses elevate their branding, business operations, and creating unforgettable event experiences. As a creative director of the K District, she has partnered with clients small and large to develop impactful brand strategies, execute high-level events, conferences, and trade shows, and deliver cohesive designs and that resonate. Her expertise spans branding, design, budgeting, event logistics, and overall business operations, making her an expert speaker on these topics. Her ability to blend creativity with strategy, that's not always an easy thing to do, but she's able to do that. And she's earned a reputation for delivering results that drive growth and engagement. Passionate about fostering collaboration and innovation, Katani continues to empower businesses through her unique mix of visionary leadership and practical solutions. So I'm honored to introduce Katani because she is, we call each other these cute names. She's my graphic design daughter. I'm her marketing mom. So for the past 9 years, we've been working together. And so I'm just, so proud to call her my friend as well. So,
Thank you, Debra, and thank you everyone for hanging out with us. We're almost at the home stretch. For the people who've been rocking with us since the beginning, thank you so much. I'm speaking on behalf of the event as a partners with Juneteenth in light of Go PR. Thank you guys for being here. So, without further ado, we're going to talk. The theme for the day has been networking and building relationships, right? But we've all have given so far, or I've heard so far, different perspectives. So I'm going to give my perspective on maximizing the tech and the power of connection. So I am a solo business owner. I also work a lot. I also work quite a bit full time, and then I got a lot of things going on. I got my wife. I have a 2-year-old. There's a lot of stuff happening. And me being as a solo business owner or someone who works with very small teams, I have to organize everything and leverage relationships and a little bit of tech in order to keep my day going. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today, the power of networking. So networking landed me on this stage right here. My very first speaking opportunity in 2018 was with one of Debra's events. And it has basically just blossomed from there. Networking landed me some of my biggest clients of my career. I've worked with Aeropostale. I've worked with Gucci. I've worked with the NAB show. I've worked with a lot of different corporations and organizations, and that all has been through the relationships that I've leveraged over the years. Most of my clients over the course of my business have come through networking, including a 3-year retainer that started with a Craigslist ad, and just blossoming from there. My network is my reason that my wedding didn't cost as much as it could have, and Debra has been to my wedding, so if she didn't know any better, she thought it probably would have cost $50,000-$60,000, and it would have. without leveraging some of the relationships that I had. I will say the only thing I paid full price for with my wedding was the venue. It was through my network that I had a short stint doing special effects makeup for various indie films and television sets. So, and that actually landed me an award for Best Makeup and Hair at the Blood and Horror Film Festival in 2023. So, I said all that to say that networking is pretty much king. I'm confident my next job would be through networking, because anyone who has been in the job market right now knows that it is brutal. So networking will most likely get me my next job or large client. And I haven't had a team since 2015. No. I do most everything myself. When I say team, I'm talking about someone who works specifically for my company, not people I might have to contract out a freelancer here, volunteers there, things like that. But in terms of a core team, I have not had one in over 10 years. So keeping organized with my network and a little bit of tech and now AI, that's how I'm keeping things running. So just so you guys don't think that I'm talking out of my behind here, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit more about me. I did introduce myself in the beginning, but for the latecomers, and Katani. I am the creative director of the K District. I've been in business since 2007. I'm an event producer and branding consultant. So I started out as a graphic design, brand strategy, and all of that. And then eventually I moved on and niched down to serving people in the events, media, and entertainment industries. Again, amateur, but award-winning special effects makeup artist. And again, probably telling on myself here, even though I've been in business for as long as I have, sales has never been my strong suit. A lot of times I have to rely on others to kind of vouch for me in order to get myself ahead and build my business. So I'm going to talk a little bit why you need a tribe in 2025. Let's talk about some stats. Debra talked about stats before, right? So 84% of B2B decision makers start the buying process with a referral, and that comes from the blog Referral Rock. 43% of small businesses feel that wearing too many hats is the hardest part of running their business. And I think I'm the poster child for wearing all the hats. So yeah, and I have to constantly switch gears and I mean, if you guys see me here, I am helping, directing all the volunteers. If you saw me when I first got here, I'm setting up my table, I'm manning the booth over here, I'm speaking, and that's pretty much Debra. I warned Debra before on the drive here, like, when I go into event mode, that it's a different ball game. And so, just roll with it. AI and automation can save you up to 30 hours a month, according to ytg.io, which is another blog. So, yes.
Oh, no, I'm just saying amen.
So let's talk about it. A lot of people, when I talk, especially to other small business owners, they say, what if I don't have a network? What if my network is small? What if the people in my circle are super negative? That was mentioned earlier in the day. I assure you, you do somewhere. So let's talk about some of your key segments of your network. So you have your core circle. Those are your mentors, your ride or dies, your what we call the business besties. Those are the people, no matter what you're doing, they're either showing up or buying a ticket or sharing a post or telling a friend or something. They don't care. I have my best friend works in an industry that I do not partake in. However, I have showed up to one of her events. I will share her event. I will tell people about it. And who I knew do part. I always reason why I'm not entering the industry because it is within adults, 21 and over. So when I do people who I know would be interested in those products and services, I tell them about the events and do what I can to support her. So anybody who has those business besties, those ride or dies, your core circle, that's who's in there. Then you have your collaborators. They are peers, clients, co-workers. Sometimes those are better. Sometimes those are better because sometimes they have a friend of a friend of a friend who might just refer you. And you never know, even if you had a co-worker from a job in, the year 2000, they may not, they may like, what? I know it's been a while, but I think I've been seeing what you do and seeing what you're about, and I may say I have somebody who can help you. I literally just emailed somebody who I haven't spoken to since college. I graduated in 2007. And, I let her know I just applied for a job. At a company that she works at. And although that I have not heard from her, you just have to keep doing that. You're going to get a lot of no's. There's going to be a crap ton of no's, but that just gets you closer to your yes. Your extended network, friends and family, friend of a friend. Notice I put this last. And the reason why I put this last is because I will exclude my family from this. I am very blessed to have the support from them. A lot of them are probably watching right now, but I also understand that might not be the norm in other people. And I hear that a lot. Like, my friends, my family, they don't support me. They don't share. They don't buy anything and things like that. And it's, in all honesty, there are a lot of, I think when you have as close of a relationship as your friends and family. Sometimes, I don't know, it's just some sort of disconnect when it comes to a business or anything like that. So while it is much appreciated that my friends and family do what they do, unfortunately, I feel like as a business owner, we shouldn't always expect it. And that's why I do it. And that's why they are part of your extended network. But at the same time, you know, those family and friends have someone else that they might mention to, like, oh yeah, like, I totally forgot my cousin does such and such, like, let me give you their number. So those are the relationships that you start with. And also coming into rooms like this and starting that conversation and starting those relationships is what you do when you are building your network. So then there's the cold network. I just said the business like events like this, but also the bar, the gym, the library, basically I pretty much network wherever I go. It's like ingrained into my conversation. It's ingrained into everything that I do because it's a part of my identity. Being a business owner, being an entrepreneur, and all of that. Even just talking and not even really directly selling my business either. I just put my 2-year-old in daycare a month ago or 2 months ago. And up until then, she was right in my lap while I was typing out reports and doing meetings and all of that. So, just saying something like that, like, oh yeah, I'm trying to send this email out to a client while while Kai is, screaming in my ear and all of that. And they're like, oh, what do you do? And then I go right into it, So that's what you do. So leveraging your network, you want to talk about ask, give. A lot of times when people talk about networking and all of that, they want to just sell whatever they're selling. That's probably not the best way to go about things. We talk about, in all honesty, I should have said give and then ask, because you want to offer value first before going into whatever you're going to be selling. So collaborate, LinkedIn pods, for those who don't know what those are a group of people, even if it's 3 or 4 people, we agree to all like, share, comment, and whatnot on each other's LinkedIn posts to boost engagement. A lot of the biggest connections, I got a pretty big interview yesterday through a connection on LinkedIn who is not even a connection, but because their post was boosted so much, I saw it and then reached out to them. And then they couldn't help me, but they connected me to the person who could, and that landed an interview with me. So, I'm sorry, podcast best pods, co-hosted events like we're doing like this. Those are just a couple of examples of how you can collaborate. Online, tagging, reposting, swapping testimonials. I put like for like and follow for follow, but those are not necessarily things that I particularly like to do, because sometimes that puts you, especially on threads, maybe not, which I utilize a lot as well, they might start showing you content that may not be your target audience. I put it in there anyway because it can be helpful for some people. It's just not something that I usually do personally. So I am going to also rapid fire automation and AI for 101. This is the 20-minute version because that's the only amount of time that I had to talk to you. So these are a couple of things that I use or have used in order to help me with my workflow for day to day. So in terms of capturing leads, there's the CRM and with automatic follow-up. So the free version of HubSpot can do that for you. Zoho can do that for you. Square can do that for you to an extent, but I believe HubSpot has a little bit more features in their free version than Zoho and Square does. In terms of passive revenue, there's digital products. So if you guys have been to my table, you've seen that my digital product is launching on May 15th, and it will be on Gumroad. I also have things on Etsy. There also is the newest kid on the block, Stand Store, that you can use to sell digital products. And once you sell a digital product, you are basically creating that thing once, and then it's making money all over and over for you again. The hardest part about doing that is selling it. But once you get the traction, then the sales trickle in. Administrative release, scheduling like Calendly. I personally use Square for these two things. I'm a big fan of all-in-ones. So as many things as I can use Square for, that's what I use. I use Square for email marketing. I can use it for texting, but texting is not my favorite version of marketing. So I don't use it, but that is a feature. I use it for scheduling, and all of that. So a lot of my administrative stuff and my automatic follow-ups and everything is run through Square. The biggest thing about Square Invoice, that's my favorite, is that when a person owes you money, Square, you have to set it up that way, but Square will automatically bug that person for their for your money. Content ideas. I am a huge fan of ChatGPT. I have used Gemini. I have used Midjourney. I have used a lot of different AI, but I come back to what we'll say the OG. There are other AI. There was other AI platforms before ChatGPT, but ChatGPT pretty much took AI and made it take off. So I talk to ChatGPT every day. Her name is Kia, Katani's internet assistant, and she's basically my best friend. I'm talking to her like she is my best friend, because what I'm doing is training it to speak and sound like me. ChatGPT is not going to sound like you at first. It might take weeks or months of feeding it the correct prompts in order to train it to think and act like you. And you could even talk to it like a person, like, that doesn't really sound like me. Can you try it this way? I would say it more like this, and then polish it up for me. And that's how you do it. With design help, this is more for a lay person. I am a graphic designer by trade, so I use Adobe Creative Cloud. But for more user-friendly things, you have Midjourney, which is an AI image creator, and then you have Canva, which has Magic AI. I think that's what they call it, and all of that. And that is the more user-friendly version to get most of the designs that you need to help you out. And then you have an AI assistant, which I do not use and have not used yet, but BotPress is you can train different AI agents to basically be your employees. This is not cost friendly. It can get a little bit expensive, especially on depending on what you needed to do and what the task that you needed to accomplish for you. They start at around $90 a month, but in all honesty, that's cheaper than a human, and I'm not trying to replace humans. But in terms of starting out and all of that, it is a great alternative. So I think I would like you guys to remember, it's cliche, but we said it so cliche. We said it in the beginning of the event. Your network is your net worth. So automation does take time to set up. It can be expensive. There could be a good amount of trial and error. However, once you get it up and running, you get back hours you never thought that you were missing. AI is, like I said, AI is my business bestie. I have no one else to talk to during the day usually. So, it's, you have to feed it really good prompts. You have to really train it so that you're not sounding robotic. The biggest thing on LinkedIn right now is I know people are using AI because you see all these M dashes. I literally told my ChatGPT, stop using M dashes. Yeah. I do a lot of lists, I do a lot of bulleted lists. So I'm people probably think that I'm a robot because that's how I write things. I am a huge fan, and that's because I work with a lot of highly complex events. I juggle multiple clients. So a step-by-step list, step one, do this, and really simplifying it and dumbing it down, not only for me, but for my clients and any team that I'm working with, is not to insult anyone's intelligence, is to get everything. It honestly is a really effective way to get everything done in my experience. So yeah, people probably think I'm a robot, but it's okay. So when you blend these three things, relationships open the doors, automation keeps them from slamming shut, and AI helps you sprint through those doors. And that's how you kind of have to think about it if you're trying to marry these three tools to kind of function as your team. So that's it. Thank you guys, and hope you connect with me soon.
Yes, that was wonderful. That's very like you said, the AI and automation, that is gonna take you, that's the only way you're gonna grow the business.
Yeah.
So I can really leverage those tools. And I've seen a big difference. And I use Zoho CRM.
Okay.
You know, it's like one of the best. But setting up the processes and things like that takes time, and it can get expensive. But once you get it there, your business will start taking off.
Exactly.
That's what it took me some time to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's about just sitting and doing it, you know. And some people say, I don't have time. I don't have time. I was like, I don't have money to lose, unfortunately. So I have to make the time with, you know, I need diapers and food, and well, not diapers anymore, pull-ups and food. And I'm trying to tell her that pull-ups are expensive, and like, you know, I need you to get this, and and all of that. So yeah, it's really, once you, I think, kind of draw that line in the sand of, I am tired of not making any money in my business. I am tired of this. I am tired of this falling through the cracks or that happening. I think that's the kick in the behind that people will kind of need in order to like really sit down and do it. And again, if you guys meet me at my table, I do have a workbook that can help you map all of that out. So thank you. All right.
Wasn't that great? Woo! And she went through that rapid fire, which is definitely Katani. Yes, that's right. So Aisha's gonna introduce our next speaker.
Once again, thank you so much for all of that information, Katani. Transparency moment. I actually just learned about ChatGPT. I want to say maybe August, September of last year. And when I finally got over my fear of tech, it became my best friend. So I'm going to take a little page from you, Katani, and name my ChatGPT assistant Tia. Taisha's internet assistant. Next, last but not least, we will have our last speaker of the evening. Her name is Rachel Cayley. And Rachel is the founder of the law offices of Rachel L. Cayley. Am I pronouncing Cayley correctly? PC. She is a skilled litigation attorney with well over 25 years of private practice experience in various areas of litigation in both state and federal courts. Her practice consists primarily of representing debtors for bankruptcy matters and personal injury matters. In addition, she represents individuals and personal injury claims. For example, she helps accident victims get money damages. Personal injury includes motor vehicle, trip, slip, and fall, and construction accidents. As a result, Rachel Cayley is experienced in handling all phases of these matters from intake to trial for personal injury and from intake to discharge in bankruptcy. Rachel started in private practice in 1996. Her practice was based in Manhattan, New York. She began handling bankruptcy and personal injury. Also, she handled family law. Because she wanted to help children, she worked as a law guardian at the family court for the Children's Law Center in Brooklyn. Following that, Ms. Cayley went back to the private sector so she could handle personal injury cases as a litigation attorney. As a result of working for other firms for years, she started her own law firm. Consequently, she can help her community, and above all, her goals are to provide quality representation. As a result, she offers individualized attention. Most noteworthy, her legal services reflect the high standards she demands of herself and those in her practice. With a JD Law degree from the New England School of Law in Boston, 1994, Rachel Cayley was admitted to practice law in the state and federal courts of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Washington, D.C. Impressive. That's a lot of work. Before that, she earned her bachelor's degree in 1990 from Brandeis University with a major in political science and a minor in Spanish. As a result of her community work, Ms. Kelly belongs to many groups. First of all, she is a member of the Long Island Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Also, she belongs to BNI. Likewise, she is a member of Brandeis University Alumni Association. While mentoring law school students and younger attorneys, she helps them with substantive and procedural legal matters. Therefore, she is involved in the business community while active in the legal community. And I must say that Rachel comes in, she has a full bio. However, she has so much knowledge across the board in so many legal sectors that it's unbelievable. So I encourage you to perk up your ears and start writing down those questions, because I'm sure after you hear her speak, you'll have a plethora of questions that you'd like answered, legal and otherwise. Please give a round of applause for Ms. Rachel Kelly.
That's the microphone? Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. I appreciate that. I am an attorney. I've now been practicing 31 years. Like she said, I do practice primarily in bankruptcy and personal injury, but I also do work with people for wills, power of attorney, and healthcare proxy, which is what I wanted to speak to about today. We're discussing Alzheimer's awareness, and one of the biggest problems people face who are caregivers for people with, unfortunately, with Alzheimer's, is that they can't take care of their loved ones' they might be able to take care of them physically, they can't always take care of their other needs, their financial needs, paying bills, banking, taxes, things like that. And without a proper power of attorney or a healthcare proxy, then that person, the caregiver, is really kind of stifled with what they can do to help their loved ones who is going through the stages of Alzheimer's. So what I'd like to speak with you about today is the differences between a power of attorney, a healthcare proxy, and a will. They're three very different documents. They function differently, and they all have their own needs and their own requirements. So I'm going to start out with the healthcare proxy and the power of attorney, because those are functioning while the person is still alive. The will comes in as a document that comes into place after the person has passed away. So a healthcare proxy allows the person who is unfortunately ill, the caregiver or whoever the person designates, to make medical decisions for that person. The power of attorney allows the person, the agent, to act on your behalf for financial matters, personal banking, for taxes, for real estate, for paying bills, for insurance, for medical records, not for medical treatment, but for medical records, all kinds of things that a power of attorney is good for. A healthcare proxy does not help you with those things. So really, when you are a caregiver, you really should have in place all three of these documents while the person with Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia are still capable of making these documents. A power of attorney allows, so if I'm giving somebody a power of attorney, I am the principal. The person I'm giving that power to is my agent. They can act on my behalf. If the person who is the principal has already reached a certain stage of dementia or Alzheimer's where they cannot make those decisions, then it's too late because they can't make the decision to sign the power of attorney. So it's crucial that you do these documents if you don't already have them. Frankly, everybody should have them once they turn 18. Everybody should have a power of attorney and a healthcare proxy, because you never know when you might need them. But especially if you're a caregiver and you want to take care of your mother, your father, your sibling, your husband, your wife, whatever it might be, if they are too far into the stages of Alzheimer's, they cannot make these documents. They must be of sound mind in order to do so. So at the very least, if you have someone who is starting to show signs of dementia or Alzheimer's or other forms like that, it's crucial that you get them to sign a power of attorney while they can still make those choices. A power of attorney will allow the person to make decisions for real estate, insurance, banking, records, taxes, all kinds of things. And you can pick and choose, or you can put all of them. So there's many categories, category A through O, and category P is all of the above. So if the person who is giving the power, who's the principal, wants to make sure that somebody who's taking care of them can make all decisions for them, they would check the little box for P, which is all of the above. But if you want someone just to make banking decisions for you, or just real estate, or just one or two of those categories, you can check off the boxes for just the categories you want. The important thing to note about a power of attorney, and I get this question all the time, what happens after the person dies? Can I still use the power of attorney to get into their bank account or to do their taxes or something else? The answer is no. A power of attorney dies with the person. A healthcare proxy dies with the person. A will goes into effect after the person has passed away. So it's very important with the power of attorney. It's very important with the power of attorney that the agent is aware of what the wishes are for the principal who's giving them. Make sure they understand that I will be making these decisions for you. Unlike a power of attorney, a healthcare proxy allows your agent to act on your proxy to act on your behalf if that person cannot make their own medical decisions. Unlike a power of attorney, where a power of attorney, you could be perfectly fine and that person can still make decisions for you financially. A healthcare proxy only kicks in if the person is unable to make their own decisions. Either they're unconscious, they are in a coma, they are too far gone with dementia or other forms of Alzheimer's, and they're not mentally competent. They're not legally mentally competent to make healthcare decisions for themselves. That is the time that a healthcare proxy kicks in. So if you are in a hospital and you're fine and you're understanding what's going on around you, the other person that you're giving your proxy cannot make those medical decisions for you. So if you want to remain on life support or whatever, whatever the medical decision might be, as long as you are competent to make that decision, you make that decision. In a power of attorney, regardless of your ability, the person who acts as your agent can make those decisions for you under any circumstances. So it's kind of a fine line there, because you want to make sure that the person you're giving the power of attorney to has your best interests at heart. By way of example, and I've seen this many times, mom is alive, dad's passed away, mom has two kids, the good kid and the bad kid. And not to paraphrase, but the good kid and the bad kid. And the good kid, mom has $500,000 sitting in a bank account, and the good kid wants to make sure that mom is comfortable, that mom gets the medical care they need, that mom gets the nursing care they need, if it's at home care or in a facility, that mom gets the care they need. The bad kid wants their own rent paid, or wants to buy a car, or mom said she'll buy me a car, and they can dip into the money. So you've got to make sure that whoever you give that power of attorney to will be the one to look out for your best interests. Okay, so it's kind of that fine edge, and you never really know what's going to happen. The person who is your agent with the power of attorney has a fiduciary duty to make sure that your interests and your wishes are carried out. as the same with a healthcare proxy. However, with a healthcare proxy or a power of attorney, very often there's not a whole lot of oversight. So especially when you're dealing with something like dementia and Alzheimer's, where, the bad kid says, oh, Mom, you told me you'd buy me a car. Oh, that's right, I did, dear. You can have the car, take the money. So there's not a whole lot of oversight. So you really got to be careful with who you're giving the power to. And as long as you're still capable of doing it, make sure that person understands what your wishes are. I have $500,000 in a bank account. I want to know that if I need it, God forbid, I can get home care 24/7 and it will be paid for out of those funds, and that, Timmy over there is not going to take the money and go buy a car or, luxury vacation. So it's important to if you're the person who's the principal giving the power, if you're capable of doing it, write down what your wishes are. I want you to pay my monthly bills. I want you to make sure my electric bill's paid, that my phone bill's paid, things like that. More so, even more importantly, with a healthcare proxy. So a healthcare proxy, like I said, kicks in when the person is not capable of making their own medical decisions. And I speak from personal experience with my own mom. It is an excruciatingly painful decision to have to make to essentially let them live or die. And when my mom, she was only 64, she'd been very ill for many, many years. We all knew. I have two brothers, one of whom is a doctor, and my dad. My mom made it very clear that if she were under certain medical conditions, please don't artificially keep me alive. We had that discussion when she was relatively okay, but we knew one day that day would come because she was so ill for so long. Somebody with Alzheimer's can live a very long time if they're physically fine. Often there's other complications, heart issues, whatever it might be, but somebody with Alzheimer's can live a very long time. While that person is still in the very early stages, you want to make sure you know what their wishes are. So when it came time after my mom had a global stroke, she was not communicative, and my brother, who's a doctor, asked her doctors, is there any chance of meaningful recovery? And the answer was no. It was the hardest and the easiest decision we ever made. We knew what she wanted, we knew what she didn't want, and she was pain-free, she was comfortable, and it was incredibly difficult to make that decision. And it was the easiest decision because we knew that's what she wanted. So as very difficult as it is to have that discussion, have it, because you will feel much better later on when you have to make that decision. And eventually it will come where you're like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. We all instinctively want to keep the person alive as long as possible. That's your mom, that's your brother, that's your dad, that's your best friend, whoever it might be. But it's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's the easiest thing to do and the most selfish thing to do, but it is not the easiest thing to do. It's very difficult. So a healthcare proxy and a living will as part of the healthcare proxy will allow that caregiver to make that decision, but you've got to have the hard conversation while you still can. It's not easy. Same with a will. I get people, I do wills often, and I get people all the time, oh, I probably should have done this will years ago. Yeah, you should have, because you don't know, especially if you have children. Most parents don't like to think that, God forbid, something might happen to them when they have, an 8-year-old child. But we all know life happens, and cancer doesn't care how old you are. So if you keep putting off, oh, I know I need to make a will, but I don't have time, or it's expensive, or whatever it is, and something, God forbid, happens to you, the state steps in and is going to figure out what's going to happen to your children if you don't make that decision yourself. And nobody wants the state making that decision for them. So, but especially when somebody has dementia, Alzheimer's, or other forms of mental incapacity, they're in a coma, whatever it might be, it is very important that that person has a will, because it might be that they wanted everything to go 50-50 to their 2 children, but it might be, look, you know that St. Jude's Children's Hospital, I want to make sure 10,000 goes to St. Jude's. Well, unless it's in the will, it might not happen. Now, whoever your beneficiaries are by law might say, you know, I know mom always liked St. Jude's, I'm going to donate 10,000. I know that's what she would have wanted, but you don't have to. And if you don't have it in a will, it's not going to it may not happen. So it's very important, especially if your children are adults, you update your will periodically after every life event. Well, after most life events. So if you're married and don't yet have children, unless you really have assets to protect, it's not as crucial. But once you start having children, you want to make sure that you have a guardian for your children in that will. You want to make sure a trust is set up so that people, whoever's going to be the trustee, will know what to do with any money you're leaving for the care of your child. You want to do it after your children later in life become adults. Maybe you have grandchildren. Maybe you have a grandchild with special needs and you want to make sure that grandchild will inherit some money, but that money's got to be protected, because what if that grandchild has special needs and they need to be on Medicaid? They inherit money, they're going to get booted off of Medicaid. So in a will, it's very important, if you have family members with special needs, that you make sure they don't get the money outright, that it goes into what's called a special needs trust. So if you have, garden variety husband, wife, they don't have kids, they don't really own anything, it's not as crucial. But once you start having children, or once you start dealing with elderly parents, and you have children who don't necessarily get along, I'm very fortunate. I have 2 brothers and we're all very close. And I happen to love both their wives. I'm very fortunate that way. But a lot of people don't have that. So a lot of times people, they have siblings they don't talk to. Well, mom said I could have anything. Well, mom told me this, And then all that happens is when the person dies, if they don't have a proper will, then the state steps in, and the state's going to tell you how things are going to get divided, and it may not be the way it should have been. So yes, it is painful to think about a will, because it means you got to face your own future. Yes, it is expensive, but it's much more expensive not having a will. If you die with a will, that goes through probate, and it's relatively quick, although not in Brooklyn, but in Brooklyn now we're looking at 1 to 2 years. But in Manhattan, it's much quicker. Certain other boroughs, Queens is much quicker. I'm telling you now, Brooklyn is very slow. But if you don't have a will, and it has to go through an administration rather than probate, that could easily be 2 years, and everything is frozen. If your mom or dad or whoever it is owns an apartment and they're paying monthly maintenance on that apartment, it's a co-op or a condo, you're going to keep paying it until those letters of administration get issued, and that could be 2 years. And that drains the estate, because you cannot sell the apartment until the administration has gone through. Probate with a will is much quicker, much easier, and much less expensive. So yeah, people are like, oh, I can't afford a will. I'll just do one, I'm sorry to say this, I'll just use ChatGPT and make a will. I think ChatGPT is awesome and has a million uses, but not in a will, because it doesn't know what to ask you. You have to ask it. And for certain documents, ChatGPT is phenomenal, not a will. So I am not as big a fan of AI for estate planning purposes for that reason. However, I do think that if you just need something really basic, because it's just 2 spouses and you don't really own anything, it's easy enough. Anything like that is probably going to be fine. So I just want to make it clear, because this is something that trips people up a lot. A power of attorney can be used regardless of the person's condition. You can be perfectly fine. Now, you can also make a power of attorney revocable. So you might have a power of attorney, well, I'm going on a business trip for a month to Thailand, and I need someone to pay my bills while I'm gone. I'm going to give a limited power of attorney for while I'm gone, something like that. There are ways to play around with it so that it can be limited for your purposes. But generally, most people need a form of a power of attorney because you just never know when you might get hit by a bus. I mean, not to sound all gloom and doom, but things happen. I'm a personal injury attorney. I see it. Things happen. And if you don't have that kind of document in place, then you're gonna start to have problems. It really runs up. A lot of times too, I hear people who either aren't married or their spouse is already gone and they don't have children. Well, I have nobody. I have nobody to leave it to. I have nobody to take care of things. There's always somebody in your life, a distant relative, a friend who can do this for you. There's always somebody. But if you don't, you're going to have much bigger problems. So a power of attorney is not expensive. A healthcare proxy is not expensive. And frankly, you can get the forms online. You don't have to have an attorney. I didn't say that, but it helps. It does help because there are always ancillary issues that can come up with it, especially for something like a healthcare proxy. But you can get them online. A will, on the other hand, do not get that online. Do not go to one of those like LegalZoom or whatever, because they don't know what to ask you. And you don't always know what to ask because you don't know the law and you don't know your situation. You don't know what you may inherit, what you may not. You don't know what might be taxable. And the tax laws change all the time. So you don't know what you're getting yourself into. So even if it costs $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 to set something up with a will, that is money well spent. It is money you save later on. It's not always easy. And very often, trust and estates attorneys will take a payment plan, pay me up front, X amount, and then when we're done, X amount, makes it a little less painful. But the truth of the matter is you don't have one, you're going to pay for it a lot more later on. So, yeah, sure.
My husband didn't think he needed a will because we're married and everything comes to me. When I was going with my mom, she had a trust actually, will and all that.
Right.
She had help. The attorney said that even though his mother, my mother-in-law lived in Mississippi, if he did not have a will, she would have a claim on his.
That's right.
Is that correct?
That's correct. A spouse, first of all, in a will, and I'm pretty sure this is in all states, in a will, you cannot leave your spouse out. I know that's in New York and New Jersey. I'm pretty sure it's in all 50 states. You cannot disinherit your spouse. It's called the statutory forced share. I forget the amounts in New York. It's like the first 50,000 or something like that, and then half or whatever. I don't remember exactly what it is, but this comes into play. Usually, most spouses, it's not a problem. If you're getting a divorce, you want to change your will, things like that. And I've seen this actually, someone in my building a couple of years ago, he and his wife had been separated literally like 30 some odd years. They just never bothered to get the divorce. And all of a sudden, he's much older, he's kind of sick. And I said to him, I was like, I don't remember whatever his wife's name was, and she lived in Florida. I said, she's going to get half of what you own. And he was like, no, we've been separated forever. I said, but you're still legally married. So if you are separated, a lot of times people don't bother to get the divorce because you're not going to remarry, whatever it might be. But you want to make sure, that person is not going to inherit from you. And frankly, the divorce is the best way to do it. But yeah, what will happen is if you don't have a will, so the way your inheritance goes is spouse, children, parents, siblings, then cousins, aunts and uncles. There's a pecking order depending on, your family situation. And, you don't want the state making that decision for you. So his mother-in-law, could come in and say, hey, I want, a claim. And you also want to make sure that whoever might be inheriting, again, isn't in the special needs or Medicaid category. If your mom might inherit some money from you and your mom is in a nursing home, they're going to get kicked off of Medicaid if they inherit too much money. So these are the kinds of issues that a real trust and estates attorney will go through with you. A lot of times people don't even think of these things, until you have to. And then all of a sudden you're going to lose on Medicaid. Mhm. Exactly.
I've been through with her with the Medicare Part B, through Social Security, and through the ringer. So it's
Yeah.
very tedious, it's very serious.
And it's very complicated. And the laws change, and they change again, and they change again. The dollar amounts change, who can do what changes. And to navigate it, if you think it's expensive to set up a trust, try not setting one up. It's very complicated. So you should always, if you have any kind of an asset, look, if you own literally nothing, you have $500 in a bank account, you don't own real estate, you don't own a car, you don't own anything, you have no siblings, no spouse, no nothing, don't spend the money on a will. ChatGPT is perfect for that. But in general, but in general, the money is well spent. It is expensive. I'm not going to lie. It is, but it's much more expensive and much more complicated and time consuming if you don't. Mm-hmm.
Rachel, thank you so much for all this information. It was great. I learned a lot. What I wanted to clarify is the will, the power of attorney, and they're all three separate documents.
They're three separate documents, right? So the healthcare proxy is a living will and healthcare proxy. So in that you can designate if you want to be an organ donor, if you want to be kept alive artificially on pain medication, things like that. That can be tailored in the living will and the healthcare proxy. That's one document. The power of attorney is a separate document. Now, also the other thing I didn't bring up in a power of attorney, and also for a healthcare proxy, you can name more than one person at the same time. So, for instance, my dad, my mom passed away many years ago. My dad has me for his power of attorney, and if I can't do it, then my brother David is next in line. But he could also do it where we have to act together. So it's kind of a check and balance on each other because no one person can make that decision. You could have three people doing it, whatever it might be, and you can have it that they must act together, or you can have it that they can act individually, but the other one checks on them, something like that. They can be tailored to your needs. So if you have a kid who's not as financially responsible as the other one, you might want to think about who you want as your power, your agent.
My question about the will is I made a will years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I had my sister's name on it because my daughter was young, but now she's 21.
Right.
Should I change the will, or if I make a will in my daughter's name, does it cancel out the
Yes.
one?
Yes, it does. That's a very good point. I'm glad you said that. If you make a will, let's say you made a will 10 years ago because your child was, little at the time, and now, your child is now an adult, 21, whatever it is, 30, whatever it is. A will is good until you make another one. So you can always change that. Let's say you're leaving, I'm going to give an example. I want to leave my brother David X amount and my brother Jason X amount. And my son was, underage at the time. My son's about to turn 21, and I can leave him as the executor now because he's an adult. You can update your will. Once you do that, you actually physically tear up, shred, burn, whatever it might be, the old will. You have to destroy it because then it'll be confused as to, did someone actually make the new will? Was it fraudulent? Something like that. And what I always do when I have my clients sign the will, I always have them on each page put their initials next to the last word on the page. Some attorneys have you sign in the bottom corner. I make you sign next to the last word. This way no one can add more language in there. So there's no legal requirement for it, but it has that extra small layer of protection. But yes, when your child becomes an adult, assuming that they are a responsible, competent adult, you might want to revisit your will. Also, a lot of times people make a will when their kids are little and they put in, I want so-and-so to be a guardian for my child. Well, your child's now 30, they don't need a guardian. So you really want to, that's why I said after certain life events, children become adults, a divorce, your spouse passes away, something like that. Because, most people have like, oh, I want my spouse to get everything, my other spouse, back and forth, my spouse gets everything, one spouse dies. Then what do you do? Like, well, you want a provision that it'll go to whoever else you may want to go to. You might have had a big falling out with your sister, and you don't want her to inherit anything. You don't want to be part of your life. It happens. I mean, hope not, but, things happen. So when you have a change in your life event, you can do two things. You can either do a codicil to your will, that's like an amendment, but it really doesn't help you much. It's not, codicil is usually more you got one more asset and you add it on. Generally, you want to do a new will, and you physically destroy the old will.
So that my sister shredded it. She has a copy and I have a copy.
Yes, you want to make sure they're all destroyed. You can burn them, you can shred them, you can cut them, whatever you do. Correct. Another thing that's very important with a will, the original gets stapled at the top. Do not ever remove that staple, because if you do, the court's going, when you have to go probate it, the court's going to think the will was tampered with. And then you have to do a whole, literally staple removal affidavit. And it's a pain in the neck. So if you have an original will and everyone else has your copies, make sure you do not remove the staple. In fact, a friend of mine who does this primarily for a living has a stamp that he puts on the original, do not remove staple. Because once you do, it becomes a whole other layer of nightmare that you have to deal with. The courts are really strict with that because the person's gone. They can't testify as to what they really wanted. Now, the other thing I tell people, and unless the fees change, it's only $45. When I do wills for people, I generally have them file it with the court, the original, with the court. It's called for safekeeping. They will give you a case number, they keep it, and this way you don't have to worry about something happening with it. You keep copies, everyone who's involved gets a copy. I always keep copies, I scan them, I email them to people so they can have it on their desktop or whatever. But I tell people, look, fires happen, floods happen, people spill coffee. I mean, I've seen that where someone's like, oh my God, I left the will on my table because I wanted to show it to someone and coffee spilled. Well, once you got coffee stains on an original, you're going to have a problem. So you can file your original will with the county that you're in. Whatever county you're in, Brooklyn, Queens, whatever it is, it's $45 per person. So if you have spouses, it's $90. They keep it. They give you an index number so that when you need to go probate the will, the court's got the original right there.
So after you do it with the attorney, you take it to the court.
Right. I actually generally file it for them because I'm in the courts all the time. But some attorneys will say, look, go down to the court, the surrogate's court, file this, I don't do them often enough to make my clients go do it. I'm in court all the time anyway. And it's really not a big deal. You literally fill out a one-page form. You give them the original. They give you a stamped receipt, the index number, everything.
They keep the original?
They keep the original for safekeeping. So this way, if the person dies, the court's already got it. The copy. Now, if you file a will in Brooklyn, let's say, because I live in Brooklyn, and then you move to Queens, you've got to remember that the will's in Brooklyn, okay? And that's fine. It doesn't really matter which county you live in. But if you move out of state, you have to do a new will in whatever state you move to. So when people retire to Florida or Georgia or wherever they retire to, you've got to do a new will. Your will from New York may or may not be accepted. Generally, the court will say, look, I know what their wishes were, I will accept it, but they don't have to. And the laws in every state are different. So some states might require 2 witness signatures, some might require 3. New York requires 2. So if you move to another state that requires 3, your will's not going to be accepted. So if you move out of New York, you must do a new will. You must do a new power of attorney, and you must do a new healthcare proxy. Every state has their own forms, and your forms may or may not be taken. Especially with healthcare proxy, a hospital in New York is not likely to take a healthcare proxy from California because you don't know. They don't know. And doctors have to make quick decisions. If you don't have a proper one, they're not going to take it.
So anytime you move out of the state, update the doctor, yes.
Yes, 100%.
And speaking of the healthcare proxy, that isn't something that you have to involve a lawyer with, right?
You don't really have to, no. I mean,
Get it to the hospital, have it.
yeah, in fact, most of the times a hospital, like if you're going in for surgery, most of the times the hospital will have you sign a healthcare proxy on the spot. The only requirement is that it's being notarized. So no, you don't need an attorney to do it. You can do it. The forms, you know, I've seen hospital healthcare proxies. They're very limited. The ones I use are more general healthcare proxy. But if you're going to have like emergency surgery, what they have is perfectly good. But hospital A may not take hospital B's healthcare proxy either. So it's a good idea to always have it. Another thing about a healthcare proxy, and many years ago, I had a client who was an EMT, told me this. If you have a healthcare proxy, keep a copy of it in plain sight, taped to your refrigerator or somewhere that if an EMT has to break into your house, they know you have a healthcare proxy and they can find it. Yeah. So those are very different documents. A trust can be revocable or irrevocable. A revocable trust means you can revoke it at any time if your circumstances change. The purpose of a trust is many. A lot of times if you own a business, if you own property, you might put a property, if you have like an investment property, you might put that into an LLC and then put the LLC in a trust. Because if something happens, they can sue the trust and not you personally. An irrevocable trust, once you create it, cannot be revoked. But the reason a lot of times people do an irrevocable trust, and usually it's for either someone with special needs or someone who's going to potentially be on Medicaid, you do an irrevocable trust and they will look back 5 years. So if you do an irrevocable trust and transfer your property and your money into that irrevocable trust, you lose control of that property and money. But after 5 years, if you, God forbid, you have to go on Medicaid for medical treatment, they will not invade the trust. They can't touch it. But if you have a revocable trust, they will. So it depends whether you have a trust versus a will or both, or what type of trust you have will very much depend on your own personal circumstances, what you own, who you're protecting, what you're protecting. And it's very complicated. There's tax implications for both. Creating a trust is significantly more expensive than creating a will, but in the long run, it can save you Medicaid. I mean, they will Medicaid before you can go on, will make you spend down everything you own. My mother-in-law, who did have Alzheimer's, had, significant money, not millions, but, significant assets. And I begged her and begged and begged, please go to an estate planning attorney. This was in New Jersey. I said, because if you don't, if and when, because her mother had Alzheimer's, so we knew it was not unlikely. And she didn't. $12,000 a month for the nursing home. This is a few years ago in New Jersey. New York, they're about $15,000 to $17,000 a month. Medicaid will not kick in until you've spent down all your money. And we lost significant money because she wouldn't go get it put into a trust early in time. So $12,000 a month, she was in that nursing home for close to 2 years. So it depleted a lot of assets that, my husband and his siblings could have had versus the nursing home.
So if you have a business, you should have a trust.
It depends on the type of business. Like I have my own business. I'm an attorney. I have malpractice insurance, but I don't own like a warehouse. I don't own products. I don't have inventory. So if I'm going to get sued, it's for malpractice and I have insurance for that. It's more like if you own real property, or if you have like a merchandise business, something like that, and you personally guarantee bank loans, they can come after you. But if everything is in a trust, if you don't own anything, so what if they come after you? You don't own anything. Your house is protected. So it's really very specific as to who you are, what your assets are, what your circumstances are, and what you're looking to protect. Any other questions? Am I over my time? I don't know. Am I over my time? Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did I keep to my promise and said she was going to give us a wealth of knowledge? Yeah, that was excellent. And it's so important that we arm ourselves with these types of tools in preparation for the future, because there are some things that are just certain. And one of those things is that we're not always going to be here. And we want to make sure that we make the best efforts and strides to protect the ones that we leave behind. So with that being said, it's been an amazing day, has it not? Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us today. And before we close out, I would like to bring up our CEO, Ms. Debra Dixon-Anderson of Light of Gold PR and Marketing. Give her a great round of applause for doing such an amazing job in putting this together.
Thank you for hanging with us, because I know we've been here for a little bit, but wasn't this some amazing information? And the people who aren't here do not know what they're missing out on, right? So we'll show them the video. So this is what you missed, because this has been phenomenal information. You can't get this everywhere. And I'm so thankful to our speakers. Let me back up. We had some phenomenal partners. I'm going to call them out by name. So definitely Katani Gray in the K District. She has been working side by side with me on this, from the very beginning. Athenia, Rodney, and Juneteenth. Thank you. We got a little piece of Juneteenth here with Taisha and Roger. So that's so awesome in our live stream. And Carolyn Joseph. So just CJ Consulting Design, just phenomenal. The speakers were amazing. So we had Nikki Sunshine. She's not here, but shout out to Nikki. She just sharing her story about perseverance. I don't know if you guys were touched by that, but it was pretty amazing. And LaShawn Alexander was phenomenal as well. And Rachel, oh my gosh, she closed it out with that. That information was just amazing. And then I was happy to share about, let me know if I'm leaving anybody out, just happy to share about the marketing. Carolyn is just always so great with that SEO information and that website accessibility. We need it. So just make sure you take all this to heart, because you need to know all of this stuff just to operate today. So, and thank you to our wonderful venue for hosting us, for actually us working with them to host us, right? Tanya, yes, definitely. Don't want to forget our Taisha. I could not forget her at all. So my brain, I'm working around. It's not a straight line. It's not a straight line, but trust me, I'll get to you. So Taisha has been a fantastic co-host. Thank you. And sharing her story about wellness and everything else. It's been amazing. My Light of Gold PR team, they've been working on this too, very hard. Wonderful vendors. Thank you. We just have them left. Thank you so much for hanging with us. Yes, thank you. We're gonna have to, I want a bracelet. I need a couple of bracelets. I don't know if you've seen all of this over here. It's just amazing. So thank you for all of the attendees for hanging with us. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you volunteers. They've been working with us from the beginning as well. So we still have some still here. Thank you, Debra, for hanging with us. So the volunteers have been amazing. And if I'm leaving anybody out, count it to my head, not my heart. I'm trying to remember everything. But thank you. And so we're working on some more events. So just make sure you follow us at lightofgoldpr.com or goldwellnesscircle.com. You'll see that we're doing some wonderful things. We have some great partners. So just follow us. We do Wellness Wednesday and Marketing Monday as well. So we'll see you soon. Thank you. Thanks again.